And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that. Some interesting things have happened this week in general with the election. Some interesting trials have occurred that I've been keeping up with, and much more. And we will be talking about the variety of different topics and more spaceship updates. Alright, so here we go. Alright, hello everybody. Let's see, move this up a little bit. Okay. Alright, hello everybody. I hope that all of you have been having a great week. We had a very good stream Friday, a very good stream last Saturday. We talked about Halloween history and the YSL trial and different things like that. That was pretty much it, and some other stuff. So basically, on Halloween, there were some other parts of the spaceship I attended to, some other areas, and checking up things about the Delphi case and some other parts of the spaceship. Also, some different Halloween groups that were different Halloween things that were going on. But I was just, generally speaking, different parts of the spaceship because my influence in different channels and stuff is quite vast. But as I said, tomorrow we'll be doing the SE. Hopefully will be here, or another Friday if he isn't here, we'll be doing what the Halloween stream would have been. We'll talk about different scary stories and stuff from him and Stranded, and everybody will be here for that one. So we'll redo that, what that stream would have been tomorrow. And also I am thankful for everybody's patience in general. And we have DeLeon Auto Detailing, and that is a very good YouTube channel to subscribe to. And basically, he is a friend of mine from back in first grade. I met him there, and we've known each other ever since, and we kept in touch even in the YouTube age. Now, and I will be getting to the game as I usually do, and I'll talk about the Delphi case, the election, a variety of different things. So, basically, what happened with DeLeon was him and I went and saw the Black Pearl. He does detailing, obviously, and he taught me a lot about it, and he went and showed me how to do it, and I went with him on the job one time, and it was really cool. So shout out to him. And he and just another one I went to school with at this point in time that I'm actively staying in touch with know about the YouTube channel, but DeLeon is the most active one with it. There's a lot of people I didn't really stay in touch with, but shout out to all of them, though. And also, but there is another one I talked about aliens with, of course. He knows about the channel, but it's been a while since he's been around. But yeah, so DeLeon, he's a very good friend of mine, and he's been doing good with his detailing because he didn't give up. He just kept on pursuing it. And his YouTube channel, he posts different videos and shorts about his detailing experience, and when he's able to, and that's good. Just like with Primal and Gizmo, they do good with, which is Primal and his Tortoise. He has a good channel with Gizmo, where he talks about his Tortoise. He's been doing very well with that. And also, so basically, I'm glad that you are here, DeLeon. And now I'll begin. So basically, I'm about to start the game in the moment. So yes, the election has happened, and especially on this channel, there are people with a vast different opinions about this matter. And it's good that we all stay respectful, and we all look at what the other side is saying, like have a discussion, you could call it a debate, possibly, about these different things. But since it's not like other channels where you'll have like a polar or opposite political view, like you'll have a conservative channel or a liberal channel, this channel, you have both people in one place. So as we talk about these things, we will do it in such a way where we will not go and have an intense conflict of fighting and stuff, but we'll respectfully talk and discuss about it with each other. And and Trump has won the election, and he did a giant landslide. Also, he got the electoral votes too, and I hopefully as time goes on, this the country can do very well economically, hopefully, and there is in my own words, no one else's words, that this country could be more united, and people on both sides will see what Trump does. Does he, you know, is he going to do what he said, or is he going to go sideways? I believe, in my opinion, he will keep his word, in my opinion, and because he's not, from what I know, from my knowledge, he's not known to lie. But we'll see, though. We'll certainly see how it goes. And also, with the election, there's many people upset about it, and there's a lot of different things on social media going on about it. It's being quite heated. I see you, DeLeon, right there. I'm about to respond to you. So there's many people that are upset about it, and let's just wait and see that if less wars happen, there's a lot of wars going on. If the wars can stop, if everything can get less expensive and inflation goes down, if the crime that I'm hearing about in different areas can stop, if it all goes well, that's great. And I am still going to be optimistic that everything will go well. And the other channel in the trial chat, which I enforced not being political on there because there is, similar to this channel, there's a vast different political opinions there, and they were able to put a bunch of different people with different political views in one place, which is good because I believe that politics potentially can divide people, and I believe the media is a powerful tool because I believe it could make things look a certain way. They could be good at exposing something too, but I do think they have caused, in my opinion, more incitement where people got more divided. So it's good at the trial chat that division's not there. So I have reinforced it over there in those trial chat rooms that I'm in. But I have briefly talked about it correctly with them about it. And some people are not happy with the results. Some people are, some people aren't. But at the end of the day, we're all friends, and we all hope that the country goes in a better direction. So I'm glad that the conversations went well with the different groups about the election, and everybody, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but everybody thinks I'm really cool and I am amazing with all the different the chat rooms I'm in and stuff like that. So I'm not going in and causing disturbances is good. So as I said with the Trump situation, let's see how it all goes. And I would like to see these wars stop. I would like to see the country come together better. I would like to see things become less expensive. Just basic things that everybody, I think, can universally agree on. And it's going to be tense times, but to not let the politics divide us and to just keep on, staying a united country. And DeLeon says, I'm glad to be here at your live stream. Okay, DeLeon, that's very good. I'm glad that you're here. All right. So, also, with the trials, one of the woman, which I'm famous for not saying people's names, and I'm just saying the woman, and that is not her name. Like the black guy isn't the name of the zombie movie character. So I have an interesting alien quirk about me where I say stuff like that, but basically what's going on here is that the wood, we're going to call it the wood burning trial, the burn pile trial. She was found guilty. I disagree with the verdict. I think she was completely, I think she maybe not completely innocent in the sense that she was a great person. it seems like she was trying to cheat on her husband, and that's not good. But basically, she was. I think, in my opinion, the Suns did it because they wanted her money, and the game is on everybody. It's coming on. It's not quite there just yet, but it's coming through. And so basically, she was found guilty. I disagree with that verdict. I think that she was not guilty. I think she, in that situation, I disagree with that. But Kathy and I, we both agree that we both feel the same way. You see that the sons were very reliant on them. The father wanted to cut them off. You see these different factors at play here, and why would she give up all that to get rid of the husband? But then again, at the same time, she had a lover, and maybe she wanted to go with that guy, but that still doesn't make sense completely why she would do that. Another point is that she's a small woman, older woman. I don't know how she carried the guy over. I understand there's different tools and pulley carts and stuff you could use, but as I said, my opinion, I I think that people need to stay. The reason why I got off topic that the game is being goofy right now, so I went into the past thing I was just talking about. I overlapped for a second, but so basically, what I meant to say was the 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 trial that I was just watching recently. I don't. I just don't think she did it because she would have had to have brought him over to the pile. It would make more sense if the Suns did it, but I could be very wrong. Maybe to get with the other guy, he did it or something to that effect happened. Maybe that's true. But as I said, I will have to disagree with some of my fellow chatters with that. And also, the game, it looks like their servers are having a problem, and the game just popped on. It just popped on just now. We'll see how this goes. We'll play the game, and we'll talk about these different things. Then later on, I will go and talk about all the other things to talk about. So, basically, and you are watching the late night special of the spaceship. And there's also streams I do earlier than this, but this is for late night people. There's some interesting stories behind this as well. And did I switch the screens correctly? I'm just curious. Yay, I did it. I thought I didn't do it, and y'all are just looking at me from the other screen, and I would have felt kind of goofy. I see from the bottom of my screen, it's playing. Okay, I got everything all set up. Okay, is Sam on? Sam and and Slam, not Slam, but Sam and the Clam are online. All right. So we're gonna repair the ship, and we're just gonna kind of sail around a little bit and sink some ships. But first, I have to repair it. Yeah, so that is the Woodburn trial. And there's a horrid trial going on where this very creepy, scary guy had this girlfriend and he allegedly deleted her brutally. And it seems that he did it, and the guy looks like a creep. He really does. And it's a heartbreaking trial. The other one, it's graphic warning. Another graphic, well, that's a graphic warning technically, but a really graphic warning here because the other trial was about they left a kid in a car and it didn't make it. In a hot car, and you can't be doing stuff like that. You can't be leaving people in a car. All right, so basically, in the trial chat, I go there and we were talking about the trial, and other things are going on. And a lot of times we were cracking jokes. It was pretty funny. And Also, what we were doing was we were having a funny conversation about the clock because it'll zoom on a clock when they're going on break, and I was saying it was the clock from Beauty and the Beast. Everybody thought it was funny. So yeah, but we had some nice jokes. We were talking, and also we were learning some stuff about the trial, and I learned about the word nonillion, and it's a number that's so precise. It means that basically there can only be one copy. Like in a giant beach, one grain of sand would only match the DNA sample. That's what nonillion is. Like non, like it's non something, but non with like the alien, and it originates from the French and Latin. I want to tell Sam something. And their servers are acting goofy. Okay, I'm gonna tell my friend in the game something real quick. All right. He asked me the other week, or like a week or like 2 weeks ago, about it, about the if I worked on the staff. I haven't worked on it. All right, so I'm about to sink this ship over here, and the other trial I'm keeping up with, which I'm also talking to someone in the game through like a text. So that's why I pause a little bit. Okay, I have to get this ship knocked out, and I'll go write him back. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right, so we're going to be going out and sinking some more ships. So we're talking about the staff, and I told him I don't have the staff just yet, but if I need help with it, I'll let him know. Because there's a part of the game with the staff, but I don't really play that part of the game while I do the streams. I just focus on the ships mostly. But I could try it during the stream. I just haven't done that type of warfare, but we'll definitely do it in the game. Probably. Yeah, and that's a quest we'll do with Sam here in the game. Yeah. Another trial I've been keeping up with is the Delphi trial. And that was not televised, but I've been keeping up with it along with the some other streamers I've been chatting with. So basically, as I've been chatting with these other YouTubers, there's a Richard Allen has been accused allegedly of deleting the two girls in 2017. Hey Chris, what a wonderful surprise! Good to see you. So what I am doing is shout out to you, Chris. I am playing this game and talking about the variety of different things on such as the election that you and I saw, and also talking about the trials that I've seen because I'm also in these YouTube live stream chat rooms where I focus on these trials and stuff. That's what I do a lot, but I do come around to see y'all also when I can. And yeah, so basically we talked about Trump winning, and I saw that one with you on one of the streams I was watching. I was watching two at once, and that was nice being with you there, Chris. And also some different cases that I've been keeping up with. Also with the Delphi trial, which is the situation where these two, you probably know about it, these two girls were they were what's called, sometimes we'll say deleted, but which also means they were murdered, killed. There's different code words on YouTube that are used sometimes, and basically that happened in 2017, and the man accused of doing it, Richard Allen, he is on trial, and the state has recent no, not the state, but the closing statements have been made. The case has been rested, so the jury will be disputing the case. So when the jury disputes a case, they'll find out if Richard Allen is guilty or innocent. Like when the state rests, the defense rests, they will go and the jury decides who is innocent, who is guilty. If the person's guilty or innocent is a better way to say it. And there's different perspectives. So there's this picture, it's called Bridge Guy, of a silhouette of a person, somebody wearing a coat, pants, and a hat or something on, which is believed to be the person that did it, and is a certain height, a certain weight, was thought to be a certain age. There are a lot of cases to keep up with, absolutely. Now, and basically, I'll get to my thoughts on that in a moment. And basically, with the Bridge Guy, it is very broad. It's a broad term to see, like a lot of people could fit that description, and Richard Allen does fit the description of the person. Also, his what's a code word, a pew pew or a gun. His gun matches the type of bullet, and he may have done it. But basically, the problem is that anybody could fit that description, and the person was seems like he was put through a lot of what I would call very manipulative abuse tactics, where he was questioned severely, and allegedly it seems he was deprived of food and water, and they were just driving the guy crazy, and eventually he did confess, but before he was saying he was innocent. So the theory that is around is that he was peer pressured to the point where he cracked and said he did something that he didn't really do, and because the way they handled the situation, they get a guy that vaguely fits a description, and he's not even the same type of age as the alleged person. Person was allegedly around my age, 26 to 30 something, which it was like 20 to 30 something. I don't know an exact number. And the guy's like in his 40s. And like, say, I was studying recently about, I study a lot about the Vietnam War, but I was studying specifically about the prison camp system from the South and North Vietnamese. They're both horrible, and they tortured the prisoners until they put them on camera, and they gave them a confession that they were war criminals hurting people over there, and give information. And sometimes the Vietnamese people, the American soldiers, would give false information when they were captured. So a lot of times what would happen is there would be an aircraft flying over or a helicopter, and they would survive the crash. Then they would get captured by the Vietnamese, the North Vietnamese Viet Cong, and they were put through various tortures, such as tying the arms together in the back and squeezing them so tightly that it causes, not, they don't break, but it causes them to like not work really anymore. And they were shackled to a bed. I know this is kind of an exaggeration to a maybe an American prison today, I guess, depending on who you would ask. Okay, so basically I'm talking about the Vietnam War, where they had forced confessions, where people were just tortured to the point they cracked. So, to put it in layman's terms, the people were in the Vietnam War, which I am talking about. I'm not trying to compare apples to oranges here, but so giving it another analogy, the Vietnam War, they were tortured and to the point where they started giving in and saying different things the enemy wanted to know, making confessions that they didn't really believe in. So there's a theory that with the police interrogations and the way Richard Allen was treated, he was treated so badly, allegedly, that he mentally cracked to the point where he started confessing that he did something he didn't do to end the torture and stuff. But what I mean by torture, I'm not talking about the alleged torture. I'm not talking about like what they do in the Middle Ages, in the medieval times, or the Vietnam War or anything. I'm saying like possibly, allegedly, maybe denying food or water, and questioning him in the hot seat, in the what's called the hot seat, driving him crazy to the point that he loses his mind and confesses to something that he didn't do. That's a theory that some other streamers were talking about. And then you have the other side saying that he definitely did do it, and he confessed. Like they were saying, he converted to Christianity immediately, and he confessed because he was saved. But as I said, it's interesting circumstances. He would just all of a sudden, which I'm a Christian, okay? I think you would, Chris, very, very strong Christian. Very anchored in it. And also, but it's interesting, he would just become a Christian under these certain circumstances and then confess. It sounds just like a lot of things just coming together at the same time. And I do wonder if they did break him to confess, because as I said, the person or persons, whoever did this, was very good at concealing their identity, and they didn't get a very good picture or a good DNA sample, for instance. They don't have good DNA samples of who did it. Like the person doesn't fit in any, oh, I was raised Catholic. Amen. And also, so basically what happened was, who, as I said, person or persons, they're very good disguising themselves because nobody saw anything. Nobody saw anything. They just saw a person that was kind of youngish looking, but, or they could have been older too. It's possible. It could have been Richard Allen. But basically it was, they don't have, when you have a silhouette of a person with a height and a weight, and the DNA doesn't match anybody, anybody could in theory fit into this category. I remember there are some incidences that occurred. These police cam footage. I like the police. I'm not saying the police are bad. I'm not saying all police are great either. I'm not, I'm sure there's good and bad apples in a basket. But basically, there's been incidences where these police cam footage where they say there's a person they think looks like somebody. I'm not trying to be race specific here, but there's like, say these were black people usually. And some, maybe some white people. I just didn't see the white ones. I'm not being race specific. Anything could happen to either race. But they're pulling the people out their car. A couple of instances of pulling the person out their car because they fit a description of somebody, and and it's not like you see, and the person wasn't like the Floyd situation, which is a whole can of worms to open, but say he was doing something and he's resisting arrest. These people are just minding their own business, but nobody was up in arms about it for some reason. Like the media didn't care about it for some reason, but they seem like they need to be focused. They're focused on their own thing. But my point is, you could get suspects because they'll do a lineup they would do of certain suspects that could be it. I'm only 26. I don't know how it was done throughout the decades, but getting somebody arrested that didn't necessarily do anything and they look like a person. It's good we have the legal system we have to give people a fair trial so they don't just get thrown away. But I hope we don't have situations where somebody fits John Doe or Jane Doe's description, so they're going to take them in for something they didn't do. That's a problem. That shouldn't happen. And now, a teacher I had at my school when I was in high school, which I went there since kindergarten, it's a family-owned school. One of the teachers, which was a part of the family, it was part of the family that owns it. He's a police officer in Mississippi, which he was also a teacher too, so it's pretty cool. He was saying that if your DNA is not in a database already, like you weren't arrested before, they could take DNA samples, but it will not match anybody. Like, so if you touch something and you've never been arrested or not in some sort of system where your fingerprint would mean something, they wouldn't be able to know who you are. So basically, that could be a reason the person was never arrested, or they used, there was male DNA. They just couldn't tie it to anybody. But of course, Richard Allen was arrested. They didn't match the DNA to him. Or this was either there wasn't enough to match him to anybody, to match the DNA evidence to anybody, or they simply just, couldn't find the person who it was exactly. Then there's theories about the Odinist cult, which I thought was a bold, audacious statement to make by the defense, but it was something interesting to look into. And there's some Norse pagan symbols allegedly on trees and stuff in that region. What's called, probably not pronouncing it right, but runes or something like that, which I know what those things are. I studied about the mythology. And basically what they did was they had this situation where this Odinist cult, or a satanic type cult, sacrificed the two girls. The way it was done, it may have been ritualistic. It was just like left out in the open like that. And, so that was a theory, but the Judge Gull didn't let it in. And there's a lot of different things that may not have been brought up or brought in the case that people feel should have been brought into it. So, and I feel it should have been televised for the media to see, for the world to see on the trial chats. It shouldn't have been just sequestered away. It's kind of goofy because we all just read these articles and stuff. That's good, but it would have been nice to have seen the trial up close and personal. And so we'll see what the jury says and what they think, and maybe he's guilty, they'll say, or maybe he's innocent. We will see what the jury says. It's up to them. It's good in this country we get a fair trial and fair elections, and it's not like the other type of countries. And, like with America, it's good that we have a better situation and the wars can stop and there's a lot of inflation going on. And, Chris, because you see those streams with me in LA and different parts of the country, there's people living in tents. There's people that, all over the place. There's a lot of drugs, dangerous types of fentanyl and stuff coming in. And I think that hopefully this place, the country, could be united with both sides, and things get less expensive, and it could get better because it's going downhill. I've seen on YouTube, in different parts of YouTube, where there's videos, there's people living in their cars. There's all kinds of different like TikToks I see on YouTube where people can't, afford different things and everything's expensive. And I think that all this is my opinion, and I'm open to people disagreeing or telling me a different point of view, that things could get better and this stuff could stop happening because it's just, everything's all falling apart. The world leaders have congratulated Trump, and there will be a peaceful transition of power. And I was reading an article that Obama was saying that he feels the reason that Trump won was because of the economy has been horrible, and the American people have been through a lot, and they didn't want to deal with the economy problem anymore. And yeah, that is certainly a reason I believe that people, they didn't like the way it was going downhill. Because anybody can see this, that what happened, and it was incredible to see. And it's very historical what happened. And we got some more messages from Chris. I'm about to read them in a moment. And I will answer the other question. But right before I answer your questions, or address the stuff you said in the chat, I want to talk about what you said earlier. Okay, we're going to go out to sea so we can repair the ship and not be in a situation like that. Okay. So he says so many cases to keep up with. All right, so many cases to keep up with. When I got myself where I'm in the trial chat room, and so I'm going to answer what you said before. I want to say something, then I'll talk about the other comments you made. So basically, in that chat, there used to be this lady that created the stream a long time ago with this company. Her name's Addie and her mods, and recently there's some change of ownership and they were let go, and there's nobody like modding the chat, and some people think some of the mods were a little bit too strict, understandably, but I like them. And there's a lot of trolls and stupid people, but there's nobody to like mod the chat, and they just bunch of stupid clowns clown around. Now I and my group of people that I'm friends with over there, we all stick together and we roast the trolls. And the way it works was, so there was Lady Addie and her mods, and then there was this other group that was very close to them, which I was a part of. And there was like Dwayne, he's on the channel. There's Pam. She doesn't go to Dwayne and Pam don't go to that chat anymore because of the cringe over there. And Dwayne was saying that he says they also blocked him from there. He says so, and he also, if he was blocked or not, he wouldn't go there anyway because of the cringe over there. So basically, this group of friends I was in, which is very popular there, the popular group there, we were there. There was mods, and everybody got along fine. There was nice chats. But then when they took them away, there's all these idiots and these clowns and these trolls just saying all kinds of stupid things. They'll say stupid stuff to me. They'll, everybody else. They get roasted. And so basically, I would follow. I'm friends with everybody all over the place. I just like being friends everywhere. So basically, what happened was I was getting very close to the ship, and that's all good. And that didn't work too well, but it's all good. We're going to turn around and fire. All right. So basically, what happened with the chat over there, I would go to different, what's called trial hopping. I'd watch multiple trials at the same time, multiple chat rooms at the same time. And basically, when we go into these multiple chat rooms, we would go and talk about. I have to go back to the shore. Okay, here we go. This way. I went a little bit too far out in the game. So I would trial hop, go back and forth, and I would follow the different groups around that I was in. And then when the mods, Addy, are not there anymore, I, along with some others, keep up with all the different trials. And I'm in all these different chat rooms talking to all these different people. So a lot of trials to keep up with. I feel extremely schizophrenic when I'm watching a trial chat room because I'm hearing all these different voices at the same time from all over the place from the different trials. And that's what Addy and the mods used to do, and the other people that I'm friends with in my group. But I do it the most. I'm in like a couple of different chat rooms at once talking to different people. It is very very fun to do, and I like the different groups I'm in. And recently, I was over at Smoke and Scan over there during the day, and I was watching that and the trials at the same time. It was pretty wild. And the Dodger victory party and stuff like that we saw recently, and the city council meeting. That was really epic. It really was epic. And now I will address what the other things you've said. So I was raised non-denominational and converted when I was a teenager. When the Vatican brought some of their relics to our museum, it was so profound that I had to join. Well, I'm glad that you appreciate it. And I like in non-denominational Christianity, I like the things with being Bible based. I think that's important part, in the non-denominational faith. So there are good strengths in that faith too. But yes, the relics and the different stuff in the Catholic churches is very breathtaking and very enchanting, and I'm glad that you appreciate that. And Chris says they have the only true portrait painting of Jesus that was made by a traveler he came upon. Well, that's very cool. I'm glad to know that. That's very deep. It's everywhere. My city as well. That's very good. Yeah, my city is a very Catholic city because it was part of France and Italy. And a deadly hurricane came through a long time ago, but we're still doing good now. And it's nearly 20 years since that happened. But God allows things to happen for a reason, and no weapon formed against the righteous will ever prosper, because with a situation with, say, for instance, with Trump, how they went and try to delete him, assassinate him, all these different things happened, but they still couldn't, you know, he's still around. And I think that's a good lesson of never giving up and keep on pursuing, keep on moving forward and keeping on trying. And I think it's embarrassing how a lot of these people have been twisted. And I hope there will be more unity that comes in the future with all that. But yeah, just it's incredible. The bullet nearly hit him, but he turned his head a certain way where he was able to, still be around. Oh no, they sunk me. Somebody sunk me. I didn't even see it coming. This happens sometimes. But yeah, as I said, that was not expected. I didn't know those other ships carried that. There's a certain artillery that they carry where they can fire this fireball and it completely goes down. So Sam did good, I did good. I didn't even see that coming. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to breaking out and I'm going to go back and get taken care of. So what I do is I will do this for a little while, then I go read articles and stuff. Now I'll be repairing the ship, because the whole thing sunk. And as I said, I didn't even see the ship that did that. That's right, we gotta go and that done. Obama. That's funny. And I crashed. You see that the game crashed. That's what you're looking at, a crash game. I'm gonna tell my friend in the game what happened with the. Okay, Chris, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you came here to tell us hello. All right. So shout out to you, Chris. And also, basically, so in the game, I'm a little bit stuck, and and so he sees me on the deck. I'm gonna tell him what I see. I see the horizon. All right, so I'm gonna relog into the game right now. Okay. Let's see. Game is launching. Okay. All right. Going back in. Okay. See how this goes this time. Right, so we're going to go back, and I'm going to do it myself. He's doing something else in the game. Now I'm going to go and just do it myself. Okay. Alright, so what I'm doing now is I'm sinking the ships. And before, I don't know, just sometimes it doesn't go right. And they sink us because they will fire some cannon at us that will sink everything. Yeah, but I'm going to go sink all these ships out here and get this done. And then I'll go into the other parts of the stream. Okay, now I'm going out to the Phantom and getting that one. So basically, as I was saying, so those summarizing up the different cases that I've been looking into. Also, my thoughts about the election as well. Very interesting to see. Oh, and Sam is on board with me. He's on board. That's good. I wondered where he was. Okay. Cool. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be sinking these ships. Talking about some different things, and I'll be sinking the ships at the same time. Alright. So, here we go. A little while later, we will go and we're going to go and talk about the other stuff a little bit later. Articles and stuff like that. There's a lot of ships by Raven's Cove. Wow. In my opinion, I don't think that Pirates of the Caribbean is the same without Captain Jack Sparrow. It wouldn't be. It would not be the same type of movie. Hello, love making videos. Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, right now I got one of the ships fired some heavy artillery at me and caused it to sink, so I had to bring the ship back, and then I repaired it, and here I am. So we're going to go and sink these again to reach the different level. Hope that you're doing well. And also, I was talking about some cases that I was keeping up with, some trials, and also the election, things like that I was talking about before. And then after I do this game part, I will get into the stuff I was talking about before, again through articles and stuff like that as well. You know, things have been very expensive and stuff, and hopefully all that can go down for everybody. That'd be good. With the trials, I think that the Delphi trial should have been televised. and the different theories to hear about are interesting. At the moment, the main thing I'm focused on is this little sort of this round I'm doing right here. And I think making movies is really cool. I like doing that. I like making short films and stuff. Because I would make sound effects, as the channel is called, and I would put them in little films I would make. I have some that I have saved on DVDs that I have to yet to put on the YouTube channel. I had a long time ago I had it on YouTube, but then I took them off at some point. So yeah. All right, we're firing. Here we go. All right, it's going better than before because I didn't want to be too inside the circle because I would get fired at from all directions. You have to go a little bit outside. Where we go? That way. Go in. Okay, so we have all these other ones I want to take care of. Yeah. Now we're going to go over here, get this one. I want to stay within this little circle. Rather than being closed in, going outside the donut. Alright, so now we'll be syncing this over here. And also another thing, the different the fall plants, the fall flowers and stuff that I have are going really well. They bloom this time of year. And we had a good time this year with the sunflowers. And the sunflowers are really cool because you can make them into all kinds of vegetable oil by crushing the seeds up. And I also learned through different chemical processes it could be turned into diesel fuel. I didn't know that. But it's not maybe as the same thing as real diesel fuel, but it could be turned into fuel technically. It's interesting. It was interesting to learn about. And all right, so firing these ships. We're getting these ships. It's good. Okay, over here. Lighting can. I think lighting can change a lot of things about movies and films and stuff. I think lighting is extremely important, more important than people would realize about filming scenes and stuff. It can change the atmosphere and everything. That's what I've noticed from movies and little amateur things I've made. Okay, it's going good. There's a lot of ships out here in Raven's Cove. There are not usually a lot of ships out here. This is kind of like a spooky island. And in these times with politics and stuff, I hope people would have as much unity as possible, and I hope that people can get along and the country continues to be could go in a good direction, and the world can get a little bit more. It could stop boiling over. That's what I hope to see, and there's a trial going on about this woman. She left the kid in the car, and the kid didn't make it. And shout out to the cat in the background. So, and it's a very disturbing trial. There's a lot of disturbing trials, but it's a very disturbing trial, and it's causing a lot of people to be, disturbed about it, and people are, commenting about it. And she took the stand today. People don't believe her. Some other people did believe her that she was remorseful, but people gotta be more responsible and not forget things like that because it's not good. Okay, we're gonna go out a little bit, and this time these things are, because usually I get these ships pretty good, but sometimes they'll sink me. See, it's getting a little bit too close because it could fire something, so I have to be a little bit at a distance. Okay. Alright, firing. Alright, so my friend Sam in the game is firing at them. Alright. And yeah, so it's a very disturbing trial. The other one I'm watching is this boyfriend that allegedly deleted her his girlfriend, and it was very graphic, and he's a real creepy looking guy. And yeah, it's very unfortunate what happened with that. It's very unfortunate. And basically, chat was disturbed about that one also, and I'm in all over these different chat rooms because I have many different groups of people that I keep up with. Because the various different people that I knew over time, I would go around and stuff with them, and then some people left. Then it's like passed on to me in a certain sense, and then I still have groups of people I've known since the beginning, but I kept on I'll keep up these different groups like YSL, which I made it short about it, but I'm still going to make videos about it. Also, regular videos. I have a video about my thoughts about it. So Jeffrey Williams chose to take the plea deal, and he pled guilty. And most of the time, we were saying that a lot of the stuff was goofy, and they weren't really showing RICO charges, and the trial goes on and on forever, and he didn't want to be in jail anymore with the suffering that he had to endure, eating Doritos in a bad situation, not a good situation, sleeping on the floor. What Brian Steele was saying, of the prison, or it might be really a jail. So yeah, he had enough, and I am glad he is home. And he pled guilty, and he said he will not do that stuff again, and he'll do better this time, and he'll be doing things, like community service, doing certain performances to make up for it. And Fannie Willis is the DA in that state, and it's just like what Steele says. They're acting like, communist Russia. They're not, in my opinion, in his opinion, they're not giving him a fair shot. Now, Steele and myself, which I'm not involved with the trial, but as a viewer, I feel Steele and Mr. Adams could have completely won that. But, Jeffrey Williams chose to just do the plea deal. He made a very heartfelt speech about him going on a different path and not doing that stuff anymore. And it was nice to see him back home. It's nice that he's back and out of there. And I was thinking, like, say with Diddy, for instance, he did really evil things, and so did Epstein, but they didn't get caught until many, many years later. But this guy gets caught right away for doing some drug stuff, and I'm thinking this guy must have done something really good, because I felt the establishment probably didn't like him, which the powers that be, people may not know exactly what I mean, just powers that be, people that, I'd say elite's a good example, and they did not they would not like him too much, or he would just be his own thing, and he would not, go with what they would want to do. And I was right. He gave a lot. I know there's people that give to charity all the time, good and bad people, but basically, he we got him. Okay. Now I have to go back out because I went too close to the shore. So yeah, so basically, he gave to single mothers hundreds of thousands and millions to these people in charity, and he's done a lot of good in his time. I'm like, of course, you know, and he likes to do his own thing, his own type of music. I'm like, of course, because like these people did these evil things to children and young people. And this dude has this whole island, Epstein, but it takes him a very long time. But I said, this guy, they got him right away. It's, you know, seems kind of selective. And I was right. He did do something pretty cool. And Elton John said that he believes that Jeffrey Williams is like the next John Lennon, which, from the Beatles, everybody knows what that is. And as I said, let's hopefully see that he does better and he can show his talents and be a great contributor to society and show the young people that going down a path of violence is not the way to go, and there's other avenues to go down. People don't have to go down bad roads. Because a lot of people with these drugs and stuff, that they'll make money, a lot of money, like say with Tony Montana from Scarface. He had a lot of money, but he ended very badly. The ending was not good for him. Same thing with Pablo Escobar. Those are really big names, of course, and there's people that don't even get caught. But it's good to be financially independent and all, but to do it properly, I would say to do something differently than that. But people may not feel they have a different option, so I think it's good if he could be a good mentor to young people coming up to not go down that path is good. So, but I made posts about the YSL trial as it was happening, and I made a short about it. So I did report on it, but I didn't make the videos. And also, it fell on Halloween. On Halloween, I was going to do a stream, but I was on other areas of the spaceship taking care of different matters. And it was interesting talking. Some other groups were talking about the Delphi case I've been keeping up with. Right on our tail. Here we go. See, the thing with this situation, you don't want to be too close because they'll fire something that'll sink the ship. And the ship will take too much damage too quickly. That's why you got to be a little bit out ahead of it. More of an advantage when they sandwich me in. I can't. Like, there's times where I will not get a hit and I'll sink everything. There will be times where I'll get hit by everybody and I'll sink completely. And all of these are just NPCs. They're not. It's just, to my knowledge, they're not. They're definitely not players. But is it staff? As I said, I think it's just, other things. It's not the same thing. Now, the Navy and all are going to come out at some point. They're going to sail around the islands. Okay. They're going to be coming in. Glad y'all are here. Shout out to all of you. I appreciate it. Okay, so. I'll say nope. My friend in the game said they didn't stand a chance. Did it? I said nope. They didn't. Got another stupid ship coming out this way. That's perfect. Even if my cannons don't hit it, he could hit it. Okay, this should be okay. I have to make a run for it. I can, and like not get away from the battle, but distance myself from the ship. And my cannons go nowhere. It's nice. But I'm glad his cannons are hitting it. Or it's going to go a little bit ahead of the ship because it's going to be too close for comfort. Comfort. It's like getting all up in my space. What's wrong with the ship? Cannons hit it. That's good. Ooh, wrong turn. Okay, we're gonna get this. Alright, good. I made it. Cuba is opened. Alright, good. We sunk it. The Navy's gonna be coming. The Navy is lurking, and they're gonna be coming our way. Yup. Got a warship coming through. Speed ahead a little bit to get an advantage. Reminds me of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie where they will have a situation where the warship, to outpace the Dutchman. Oh, okay, I got two of them. All right, go out a little bit more, and we're gonna turn right into him. Ah, ha ha, ha ha ha. Here we go. Perfect. All right, here we go. Shout out to Bubbles the cat. He's he's chilling. He has all his food and everything he needs, and water. Okay. Hello, Bubbles. Hello. It's nice to hear from you, Bubbles. And as I said, he has his food and water and everything he needs, so he's not lacking anything. And I will go and get this thing right here. Okay, so we're gonna get this power up right here. No. So while we do some repairs in the ship, we'll go forward while it's being repaired. Then we go up ahead, and it'll continue to go forward. What's up, Bubbles? How are you? How are you this evening? Hope all is good with you. He likes to talk. Okay, here we go. Funny. All right. Shout out to you, Bubbles. Shout out to you. It's gonna go down. All right, good. This one's gonna go down also. I'll be all right. All right, now we'll repair the ship. Okay. Pootsie. Also, Bubbles' nickname is Pootsie as well. Sometimes he comes and sits in my lap, but one time I raised him up to the camera and he got very scared. He's a very shy cat, and I was with a caller on the show when I do the call when I sometimes I'll do call-ins, and cat went on me and scratched me and went over there, and he was okay. And it's just he got a little bit of stage fright because he's a cute shy cat. It was all good though. Shout out to you, Bubbles. All right, and all right. Let's see. So Cuba, we'll go over the Cuba. Where is Cuba? It's out there. All right, there's Cuba. I see it way over there, across the pond. Yeah, I will dock. We did it. Well, Queen Anne's Revenge. I'm gonna sail right into the Queen Anne's Revenge. Is that something? That's Blackbeard's ship. That was not Cuba. That was Cutthroat Island. Cuba's actually that way, and we'll just kind of glide right into it. Okay. So I want to get closer to Cuba, the island. All right. So entering the shore. What was that? All right, we'll be entering the shore. We'll be docking at Cuba shortly. The skill is finished charging. They're way out there. That's funny. Got a perfect advantage. Okay. All right. Now we're going to take this one out. That'll be it. Turn this way. Go there. Oh, okay. Okay. That was. There's another one. Ooh. Don't want to lose it all this. I'm going to focus on one. Another one. All right. We did good. Shout out to Sam in the game. We did it. We won. We lost one of the battles, but we won the main battle. Okay. Shout out to all of you, and we'll be going into the next parts of the stream. All right, now I'll be going in the game. Going to I'm going to go see the cat, and also I'm going to still be talking in the stream, of course. Then we'll be going over to the other parts of the stream where we'll be talking about the other things while we have the web pages and stuff up. Part two. All right. One moment. Okay. Alien shirt. All right. Bringing the cat here. So let's see. All right, so this is the cat. Bubbles. Shout the Bubbles. Other nicknames is Pootie and Sugar as well. His human type name is Sam. Alright. He wanted to come over and chill and tell everybody hello. There. It's my microphone right here. That's what that is. Yay. Shout out to Bubbles. Right. Found him when he was a kitten, and he likes to talk, and he's very active. He likes getting the zoomies, and he's a good cat. Right. I always wanted a white cat, and I'm blessed that a white cat showed up. You know, obviously that's my alien shirt, because I am an alien. Alright, and we'll be talking about the other things, as I said in the stream, in a moment. Yeah. Okay. So. Alright. It's a little skeleton dude back there. Alright. Alright, switching over to this other screen. Okay, so this is a shout out to the spaceship cats, as I say. Shout out to them. Okay, and putting the chat over here. Alright, so basically, see, any news with the Delphi trial coming up. Let's see how this site goes, and I'll be talking about just a review of the Delphi case that I've been talking about. And I'll talk about the other things too that I mentioned. Right? See how this site goes with the connection and everything. Jury begins deliberation. Day 18 of Delphi murder trial suspect Richard Allen. Okay. It's been over 7 years since the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby Gurman were found near the Manon High Bridge in Delphi. Richard Allen, the man accused of murdering the two teenagers, will stand trial for the 18th day, Thursday, November 7. The trial began Friday, October 18. 16 Allen County residents were selected to serve on the jury. 12 of those people, 8 women and 4 men, began trial as jurors, with 4, 2 men and 2 women, serving alternatives. From opening statements to verdict, 13 news will be at the Carroll County Courthouse every day of the trial to explain what happened inside the courtroom, along with the latest updates from Thursday below. The jury begins deliberation. The jury ended deliberation for the day and will return Friday morning. The jury has begun deliberating on the case according to instructions. They will deliberate from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday until they reach a verdict. Defense makes its closing argument 12:16 p.m. Defense attorney Brad Rosie delivered the defense closing arguments. Rosie pointed out that the trial has taken almost a month with 17 days of testimony. Quote, the defense trusts what you've heard over the past several weeks is more important than what you are hearing today, Rosie said. Rosie outlined 4 main issues with the state case: broken timeline, bumbled ballistics, false confessions, digital forensics data. Rosie said the prosecution never did a height analysis to match Allen with the bridge guy. Rosie said the state lost hours of interview video. Rosie said the prosecution didn't search to see what Ford focuses, it's kind of funny because like a Ford Focus, were in the county at the time until the middle of the trial. Rosie then talked about what witnesses said about Bridge Guy. Rosie said Betsy Blair described the Bridge Guy as youthful, boyish, not short. Rosie attacked the testimony of Sarah Cabra, who initially told police she saw Bridge Guy in a tan jacket and covered in mud, but changed her testimony to say he had a darker jacket and was covered in blood. Quote, she did not tell the whole story until cross-examination, Rosie said. Rosie told the jury they are the judge of credibility. Quote, you may discount the testimony of a witness altogether, Rosie said. Rosie said, when the jury receives testimony that is preposterous and too hard to believe, jurors should discount it altogether. Rosie said that the state tried to put Allen on a route in February 13, 2017 that was best fit for them. Rosie told the jury to look into the interrogation videos and how Allen handed himself to them. Rosie said the Indiana State Police lab couldn't exclude Brad Weber's gun as being the one that cycled the round found by the girls' bodies. Rosie showed the jury photos of Weber's garage with sticks. Weber's statement to police that he didn't go straight home the day of the murders. Rosie said that Richard Allen made 3 confession calls on April 3, 2023, but the state only played 2 of them. Quote, why not offer up context to you, Rosie asked. Why not tell the whole story? Rosie said Allen was in a Westville correctional facility cell for 13 months. Rosie said all the state wanted to talk about was that Allen said not how he was. Quote, you must ask yourself why they wouldn't want you to see the truth, Rosie asked. Rosie said Allen was only arrested because of the magic bullet, that the state tried to use it as a leverage against Allen. Rosie said the state asked the jury to just believe the witnesses who testified. The cartridge at the scene matched Allen's gun. Rosie said the state did not tell the jury that someone plugged a headphone into Lily's phone between 5:45 p.m. and 10:32 p.m. the day the girls died. You should question the credibility of the investigation, Rosie said. Rosie said it shows desperation on the part of the state. Rosie said the state is recently adding details to its case, like fitting Weber's van into the timeline without showing the same interview. Rosie said the state waited until just before the trial before testing the stand of hair found in Abby's hand. Rosie said there was no proof. Allen was the one that searched for topics in October 2022. Rosie said that between his deposition and the trial, the state's witness, Dr. Roland Coher, magically came up with the idea that a box cutter deleted the girls. Rosie said Coher no, it's Coer, met the prosecution 3 times after the defense deposed him. Rosie played the bridge guy video and said the jury would not be unreasonable if they decide I don't know if Carbo saw something. Cabra saw something? Saw anything. Rosie said the witness testimony is not consistent with the 5'5" Richard Allen, like the height isn't right. Rosie talked about the overlapping witnesses who saw and heard nothing when the killings allegedly happened. Rosie said the state has ignored and doesn't want to talk about the possibility of multiple actors involved in the killings. Rosie said a law enforcement officer at one point police did suspect multiple people. Rosie said the state believes that Allen killed one girl while controlling and then killing the other, redressed the girls and covered their bodies. Rosie said the state wants jurors to believe 5'5" Allen did all that by himself. Rosie said during the jury selection, jurors were told to exercise your common sense. Quote, now is the time to exercise your common sense, Rosie said. Rosie said that Allen called law enforcement himself to say he was the bridge guy. Rosie said that Allen called law enforcement himself to say he was at the bridge. Rosie said the officer who interviewed him soon after found nothing unusual, end quote. Rosie said when police lied to Allen in 2022, he maintained his innocence. Rosie said that the state wants jurors to believe a change of tone is evidence of guilt, called that nonsense. Rosie said that if the state is bearing down on you, falsely accusing you of murder, you would respond the same way Allen did. Rosie said Allen lived in Delphi for 5 years after the murders. Rosie said Allen didn't flee because he didn't do it. Rosie said the magic bullet, end quote, evidence was bad too. He said when police first got Allen's gun, they cycled rounds 4 to 6 times in a row and still didn't get marks sufficient to judge if they were similar to the bullet by the girls' bodies. Rosie said the tech did an apple to oranges comparison by comparing a bullet fired from Allen's gun to the unfired one found in the scene. Rosie said the photos of the marks should cause the jurors concern and consternation. Quote, where the hell are there sufficient agreements, end quote, Rosie asked. He asked where the marks were supposed to be matched up. Quote, use your eyes, end quote, Rosie said. Rosie said that the matching marks were subclass characteristics and, quote, an example of why this is a dangerous business. Quote, this is a subjective game, Rosie said. He told jurors, the witness told them, you should just believe me. When the jury asked why the defense didn't do their own ballistics testing, Rosie said the state's ballistics was so poor, the defense didn't think that they needed their own ballistics to overturn it. Rosie then tackled the issue of false confessions, like I was talking about before. Rosie said that Alan was kept in unprecedented conditions for a pretrial detainee. Rosie described Alan's cell as the most secure unit in Indiana. Rosie said Alan was treated like the convicted rapists and murderers in prison are. Rosie said that no human, no matter how strong, could be in those conditions for that long without having a breakdown. Rosie said Alan never saw the reaction units at the prison, only a small outdoor cage. Quote, solitary confinement is damaging to a man or woman's brain, Rosie said. Rosie said the state violated their 30-day maximum for a mentally ill detainee in solitary confinement. Quote, when the dust settled, he was there for 3 months, end quote. Rosie said, how much can one human endure? Rosie said the state didn't want the jury to see the conditions Alan was in at the prison. Rosie said the state cherry-picked saying Alan was psychotic on the 13th, so they played a confession from the 14th instead. Rosie said the truth was that Alan was psychotic and being stuck with a needle in the entire time. Rosie said prison psychologist Dr. John Martin changed his mind on the witness stand, agreeing that Alan was psychotic. Quote, who could believe Alan was oriented to time and place, end quote, Martin said. Rosie said the false memories start out as false beliefs. Rosie told the jury to listen to what Alan actually said in his confession. Quote, I did it. Quote, maybe I did it. Quote, I think I did it. Quote, I think I did. Quote, I don't know. You see, when somebody keeps saying stuff like that, and they're being very inconsistent, I think to me, that is certainly a sign that somebody, they're just not all there in their mind. You can't be in the right mind, and do these kind of things, because when somebody did it, they either, usually like people like Ted Bundy, or for instance people like him, Charles Manson, they're very certain that they didn't do something when they did it. This person seems like he's all over the place. It just doesn't seem consistent. Is he trying to do a trick, or is he really just not all there because of all the psychological torment he was under? And Rosie also said the data on the phone should make the jury question the state's case. He held up a sign with these times: 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m., 4:33 a.m. Hello, Gam. Good to see you. Welcome. I thank you for the shout out. You do very good streams yourself. My stream has been doing very well, and I've been having a pretty cool crowd of people and been talking about different things. The stream has been going great. Right, yes. Charles Manson did send other people to do his bidding, but he says that he didn't have other. What I'm putting more, being more specific, is that Charles Manson said that he didn't have any. Well, he says different things. He said he sometimes he would say, if they're going to go do something, they could do it and write something witchy. But he didn't directly kill anyone himself, of course, because he didn't go do it himself. He had other people do it. But then he'll say that he was not involved with anything at all. And same thing with like Ted Bundy directly. He said he didn't do anything until he was about to be executed. He confessed. But this guy doesn't seem like he seems like he's all over the place. He's not like saying one specific thing. And I appreciate you, Gam, and I like the Jesus statue you were painting earlier. All right, shout out to you, Gam. All right. The first is when Libby's phone said a headphone was plugged in. The second is when the phone says the headphone was removed. The last is when Libby's phone connected to a cell phone tower after hours of being disconnected. Rosie said the phone has no feelings, emotions, or opinions. Well, that's a shocker. Rosie said it just has raw data that speaks for itself. The phone is right, Rosie said. Rosie asked if it was ironic that Brad Weber didn't go straight home, had sticks in his driveway, and the state couldn't rule out his gun. The Bundy Christ from the movie Dogma. That's where that's from. As I know, I have seen that before in many memes, and I'm not familiar with the movie or what it's about. But regardless, I like the Jesus statue though. It looks pretty. It looks funny. And thanks for being specific about where it was from. I always wondered where that was from. Yeah. And because remember when I was growing up, I would see memes of that or that on shirts and stuff. I'm like, "Ah, that's from something, but it looks pretty cool." I'll certainly check that out. As I said, I don't know what it's about or what the intentions are, but it's still a funny statue. Rosie asked if it was ironic that Brad Weber didn't go straight home, had sticks in the driveway, and the state couldn't rule out the pew pew. Rosie said the state wanted the jury to sell off the knives and box cutters at Allen's home. But Rosie said there was no DNA evidence linking any of them to the murders. Okay, understood, Gam. Understood. And there's a movie I'm watching now. Not at the moment, of course, but there's a movie I'm watching. I'm watching a bunch of movies, but not all at once. A movie I'm watching is called Poltergeist from 2015. Have you seen that one, Gam? Or anybody in chat? I'm just curious. So basically, with what wrote, in this situation, the DNA evidence didn't link him to any of the murders. And now, I said earlier, a teacher I had in a family-owned school that I went to he was part of the family. He was also a police officer, and he was saying about how the if your DNA is not in a system, basically you can't. You could have your DNA on something, and you can't really. They can't find like you. For instance, if you've never been arrested or your fingerprints not on some sort of registry of like some to buy certain firearms and stuff like that. From what I've heard, if you're not like registered or been arrested, your DNA is not in the system. So you could touch something. If you've never been arrested, they can't link it to you. So if Alan was never arrested and he did it, they couldn't link it to him. But at the same time, he was arrested and they do have his DNA, and they still couldn't link it to him. Or maybe the DNA just couldn't be traced to anybody, but it has to be traced to somebody. So it's traced to somebody that's not in the system. Right. Okay, the original was awesome. Now, I thought there was another movie called Poltergeist. I'm still talking about the trial, but I'm going to look this up really quick about this. I thought I saw it. I did see it. I did. Obviously, I wasn't at the time period that it came out because I wasn't born. But I did see a rerun of it. It was better. It was. I do agree with you. I am going to rewatch it again. The older one, but I'm watching a newer one now, but yeah. I saw it on TV a few years ago. And reading what Gam's saying, there's a curse with the original one where most of the cast suffered horrific things. It was supposedly because they used the real human skeletons for some of the scenes, specifically for the pool scene at the end. Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember that. I'm reading about that. That's really cool, Gam. I like the 2000s and I respect the 2000s. I'm glad the time period I grew up in, especially with I say this humbly, with the technology. But the 80s were really cool, and that's cool you got to see that and grow up in that time. And yeah, because basically I saw the rerun of it, and I think it said 82. I have to look this up again. It said 82. But yeah, that was pretty cool. You saw that in theaters. Movie theaters were pretty cool back then. Movies from 82. Yeah, so that movie's from 1982. And basically what happened was with this movie, that was, good with the TV and stuff, yeah. And because I remember Poltergeist, I was thinking when I was watching it, I'm like, Poltergeist sounds very familiar. It's like there's an older version of that movie or something. That name, I saw something like that. I was telling myself, and there was a family in the house, and yeah, and there you go. It really was a movie from a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, 80s had great movies. Also, the Terminator and many other ones. And there's a couple movie theaters. There's a movie theater I went to when I was a kid that it's still there. It's like from the 30s or 40s. And there's these other movie theater that's more like the 80s, 2000s type theater. 80s might be a stretch, but it's like a much older movie theater. And yeah, I remember when I was a kid, the movie theaters are very different than they are now. Like they got these full booth lounging seats now. Before, of course, as you all know, because you're before my time, the seats are very different. And I remember those older seats. And the older movie theaters are very interesting. Yeah. And 3 Poltergeist films from the OG one. I did not know that. Poltergeist 3 was terrible. I wouldn't doubt it. Sometimes they make a remake, it doesn't really go too well. I'll say the Night of the Living Dead zombie movie was very good. That came out in 1990. But yeah, I'll have to see Poltergeist 3. Yeah, but it's like this like the scene, they have a window right over the kid's bed and there's trees there. What possibly could go wrong, Gam? I don't know. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? It's like you're looking at a giant piece of glass, and they're like, "Kid, you're scared of everything." I mean, I don't blame them. Like these people were a little bit out of touch. You used to be able to smoke in the theaters. I didn't know that, but I would imagine you would be able to do that. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yes, yes, yes. You agree. That's good. Yeah, there's no way that wasn't a bad movie. Ah, I'm getting back to the point where I was at. All right, and I'm still talking about the movie stuff, and we're still talking about that. And with this trial, this interesting trial, I'm reading over some more points from it also. Okay, so Rosie asked if it was ironic that the brand Weber didn't go straight home and sticks in the driver. The state couldn't rule out his gun. Rosie said the state wanted the jury to see all the knives in the box cutters in Alan's home, but Rosie said there was no DNA evidence linking any of them to the murders. Rosie said Alan's confession from Alan was manipulated. He said Dr. Monica Wallace version reads like a story, but that Alan was psychotic and couldn't put together a logical story. Rosie said he was infatuated with the Delphi murder case. Rosie said the bridge guy was walking on the bridge and witnesses saw him waiting and standing on a platform. Rosie said the state tried to convince the jury without evidence that Alan was an alcoholic, which I think that's irrelevant. Rosie said the fact that the people searching in the area didn't find the girls' night of February 13 raises the question of whether the bodies were actually there when the scene was searched. Rosie also mocked the state's resilience on Allen owning a blue Carhartt jacket. Quote, "There's a relevation for you," Rosie said, "a blue Carhartt jacket in a closet in Delphi, Indiana." Rosie said that Allen was alone in an 8 by 10 cell for months. Quote, "Do you blame him for picking up a Bible?" Rosie asked. Rosie called the state's witness for mind dreader for knowing the bridge guy voice was Allen's. Rosie said dozens of people called to say recognized the voice. Quote, "No one identified Richard Allen as the man on the bridge," Rosie said. Rosie said no digital data, fingerprint data, trace material, or forensic evidence ties Allen to the scene. At the end of the day, the state's timeline is crumbled. Rosie said the magic bullet is nothing but a tragic bullet. That's bars right there. Rosie repeated the times are unexplained. Rosie showed the jury a picture of medieval racks and thumb screws used to torture people. Rosie said, "As society, we have evolved into other forms of interrogation, like putting someone in a cell in solitary confinement and throwing away the key. Some should have spoken up." Rosie said, "Something's wrong here. Something's not right. Where's the moral compass?" Rosai asked. Then he told the jury, "You're the moral compass." Rosai showed the jury photos of Alan in prison. Then he showed them pictures of a python wrapped around a rodent, which was like a political cartoon. "That is the power of the state," Rosai said. Quote, "Now is nothing. Time to return to the Middle Ages," Rosai said. Acknowledge this is not the way we function. Rendering a verdict of guilty would be endorsing this behavior. Quote, "We are asking you to set Alan free and give a verdict of not guilty," Rosai said. The defense's closing arguments are finished. There is lunch break until 1 p.m. Prosecuting attorney Mick Lee Leland, and he's cringe, the prosecutor, had the prosecution's rebuttal before Special Judge Francis Gall gives the jury its final instructions. The prosecution's closing arguments lasted 58 minutes, while the defense's lasted 1 hour 17 minutes. Prosecution made its closing argument 9:22 a.m. Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McLeland delivered the state's closing arguments. McLeland said February 13, 2017 is a day the community will never forget. A day Abigail Williams and Liberty Gurman went to the trails for a walk and never came back. McLeland reminded the jury that the last thing Libby said to her family was, "Grandma, I'll be okay." And I say that no child or teenager should be out by themselves. And I kind of wondered, my family was a little bit like helicopter towards me, but I'm glad that I never was deleted or kidnapped or anything like that. I can't complain. And I think it's good for people to have proper parental guidance. I don't think letting two young girls into a trail by themselves is a good idea. But hey, what do I know? But it's a mystery. It really is a mystery. Anybody could fit the qualifications fit the silhouette of this person, hypothetically. I mean, it's like a needle in a haystack. Whoever did this was really good at hiding their tracks. Maybe, and I'd say they probably did it before. Like with Chris Hansen, the Catch a Predator, the people probably did it before. Like whoever did it was experienced. And continuing. McLeland showed the jury a PowerPoint presentation. The first slide was a picture of Abby and Libby on the car ride to the trails the day they disappeared. It said the girls arrived around 1:48 p.m. And, it's unfortunate that, well, also with the emotion, they're evoking the emotion to convict the defendant. Okay, Gam. Thank you so much. Have a good night and a good meal. All right. McLeland said that this type of thing doesn't happen in a small community. McLeland described the search and finding the bodies and clothes in the creek. McLeland again showed the jury the gory photos of the girls' deleted bodies and Libby's phone covered in the leaves and water and dirt. McLeland talked about the cartridge recovered from the scene. McLeland showed the bridge guy video, which he called the last moments of the girl's life captured on Libby's phone, 2:13 p.m. McLeland said it shows the moment of Abby and Libby were kidnapped. You can hear the fear in Libby's voice and see the fear on Abby's face. McLeland said the bridge guy forced the girls down the hill. McLeland said investigators enhanced the video, showed the jury again. McLeland then went over to the witness testimony about the bridge guy. McLeland said the witness testimony put Alan's car in the lot, and McLeland drew a map showing where various witnesses were in the relation to Abby and Libby, on the trail where they reported seeing the bridge guy. McLeland said they know bridge guy is the guy in the video who kidnapped and deleted Abby and Libby. Quote, so if we can determine who the bridge guy is, McLeland said, we can determine who killed Abby and Libby, who is guilty of the felony murder. McLeland said the volunteer file clerk saw the tip of the box from 2017 and 2022. McLeland answered a jury question that Allen had the only 2016 black Ford Focus registered in Carroll County in 2017. That's pretty interesting evidence right there. McLeland said that the car can be seen in a video of the Hoosier Harvest Store at 1:27 p.m. McLeland said that Allen confirmed he was wearing the same clothes as the bridge guy and was on the Manon High Bridge that day. McLeland said that Allen changed his time frame by a few hours between the initial interview in 2017. When the police interviewed him 5 years later, McLeland said Allen got more angry during the interview and would not let police search the phone and house. McLeland said the search warrant found the car and Carhartt jacket. Surprise, surprise, McLeland said. The same jacket as Bridge Guy was wearing. McLeland said Allen had the same brand of caliber bullet in his home as was found in the scene. McLeland said that 2 months after the murders, Allen Googled Delphi and news. Should I be deleted now? Delete it now. Should I be deleted now? Should I be deleted now? What he really meant, which I'll say it in layman's terms, what I just meant. I'm not saying this. This is, I quote, should I die now? Quote, die now. Quote, should I die now? Quote, should I die now? If somebody, he's not talking about deleting other people but himself. Remember another stream I was watching when I was in other parts of the spaceship. They were talking about, search history can be filled with all kinds of things. They were saying in the stream. And also, like, they were talking about what they have in their history and how you would probably think they're crazier than these search terms. And I'm sure people look up all kinds of things out of curiosity or whatever is going on that are not necessarily planning a crime. So it's interesting to see, but it doesn't necessarily mean, in my opinion, about this. McLeland said the Indiana State Police testing on the gun matched the cartridge found on the scene. McLeland said that was verified 3 times before the boss of the lab technician, who was the president of a national organization. Quote, see how pieces are starting to fall into place, McLeland said. McLeland said that Allen had no explanation for why the bullet was at the scene. McLeland said Allen used his pew-pew to get power over the girls. Quote, McLeland brought up Allen's second interview with his wife. Quote, you saw how he tried to manipulate her, McLeland said. McLeland said Allen got angrier and was arrested and sent to Westville. That could have been all we had to present to you, but it's not, McLeland said, because Allen started to confess. McLeland played a recording call with Allen confessing to his wife, Kathy. Quote, I did it, Allen said. I killed Abby and Libby, end quote, he said. Quote, no, you didn't, Kathy said. And he said, yes, I did, end quote. Why would you do that, end quote, Kathy said. Because maybe I did, Allen said, end quote. I think I did, end quote. That's still not direct. Like, you either did it or didn't do it. It's like you can't think you did something. You either did it or didn't. It looks like he just is losing his mind. Why would you say that? Kathy asked. Because I think I did, he said. No, you didn't, end quote, Kathy said, crying. They're screwing with you to get you to say things, end quote. As I said before, with the Vietnam War, which is not comparing apples to oranges, the Viet Cong tortured the the American pilots and other groups that were caught, and they tortured them, and they had them confess they were war criminals. They had them confess information. They gave them false information, but they had them confess all kinds of things about the commanders and where the people were at and stuff. But they gave them fake addresses and things like that. So you could say the same tactics are being used in this situation. McLeland said Allen made the confessions unprovoked, unpressured, of his own free will. McLeland then brought the letter Allen wrote to the warden saying he was ready to confess. McLeland talked about the confession to Allen's psychologist, Dr. Monica Walla. McLeland said that Allen told Walla he made sure the girls were dead because he didn't want them to suffer. Allen told Walla he didn't think he assaulted the girls in a perverted way, the girls, but didn't remember. McLeland said that Allen was not behaving strangely or suffering from psychosis when he made the confession. McLeland brought up the multiple reports from guards that Allen had confessed. The guards reported Allen said he stole a box cutter to commit the killings, sand discard it at the CVS where he worked. I mean, he wouldn't have to steal a box cutter. He could just buy one, but, you know. McLeland brought up Allen's more detailed confession to Walla, where he said he was scared by the van. McLeland said Allen told Walla he kept living in his life because he hadn't been caught. McLeland then played another confession call, this one to his mom. Quote, so did Kathy tell you I did it? End quote, Allen asked. Quote, we're not going to discuss this, okay? End quote. Allen's mother said, quote, you know we love you, don't you? End quote. Regardless, Allen asked. He said, quote, I know you don't have it in you to do something like that. Quote, Allen's mother said, quote, Mom, I wouldn't sit here and tell you I did it if I didn't, Allen said. As I said, just, if you're on, like, why would he want to go to jail over it if he did do something? It just doesn't make any sense to me that he would go and, confess all that. As I said, I don't believe it. I think he was, like, tormented and broken down to say it. Because they need to find somebody to blame for it. Because they can't find who it is. And they have reputation to defend. Saying you did it doesn't mean you did it, Allen's mother said. Quote, it does when I did, Allen said. McLeland said that Allen's phone call was unprovoked and all his own free will. McLeland said shows Allen is not suffering from psychosis and that he trusts Walla and talked to her every day. McLeland said Allen continued to make confession calls even after he was moved by Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. McLeland said that Brian Harshman listened to more than 700 calls and reviewed Allen's confession. McLeland said that Harshman followed up on Allen's statement about a van and found out that Brad Weber was driving his van home that day. Quote, something only the killer would do, McLeland said. McLeland said there was no doubt in Harshman's mind the voice in the bridge guy video was Allen. Quote, now all the pieces are clear, McLeland said. All the pieces are together. Richard Allen is the bridge guy. He kidnapped them and later deleted them, murdered them. He slit their throats. He stole youth and life away from Abby and Libby. McLeland again summarized the events of February 13, 2017. McLeland said that as Libby clung to life and grabbed her throat, she began to cry. He said, then Allen murdered Abby. McLeland said that Allen lived in the community for 5 years, but didn't realize he left behind a cartridge from his gun. McLeland said that Allen then confessed over and over about what he did and how he did it, with details only the killer would know. McLeland asked the jurors to find Allen guilty on all 4 counts. The jury is given final instructions. 9:12 a.m. The jury has been given their final instructions. Judge Francis Gull told the jury they are the judges of the law and fiaux and facts. Quote, you must consider the facts, Gull said. She said facts. The judge will decide on count 1, felony murder for killing Abigail Williams while attempting to commit kidnapping. Count 2, felony murder for the killing of Liberty German while attempting to commit kidnapping. Count 3, murder of knowingly killing Abigail Williams, murder for knowingly killing Liberty German. Gull told the jury the state must prove each element of each crime beyond reasonable doubt. Gull told the jury that, quote, intentionally or knowingly would mean that the suspect had the conscious objective to commit the crime. Gull also defined facts, inferences, and detect evidence. Gull said that the fact Allen chose not to testify cannot be considered. "9 a.m. Closing arguments are expected to begin. Special Judge Francis Gull is giving both the prosecution and defense 2.5 hours to conclude their case, the jury. Jurors will then get instructions from judge before deliberation begins. That is it, chat. That is it. All right. So shout out to the Spaceship Cats, and yeah, so that's basically summarizing of the Delphi update for today. Okay. All right. Now the next thing we'll be talking about, we'll look over that movie Poltergeist, read the article about it, and then I'll talk about the vegetable oil because it's interesting to me. All right. Poltergeist is a 1982 American supernatural horror film directed by Tobe Hooper and written by Steven Spielberg, Michael Gryce, and Mark Victor. From a story by Spielberg, it stars Jo Beth Williams, Craig T. Nelson, Beatrice Straight, and was produced by Spielberg and Frank Marshall. The film focuses on suburban family whose home is invaded by malevolent ghosts that abduct their youngest daughter. And I saw this movie on TV one time, and I'm currently watching the rerun. That doesn't make any sense. I watched this on TV, but I also am watching the remake of this also. As Spielberg was contractually unable to direct another film while he made E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Hooper was selected based on his work on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Funhouse. Texas Chainsaw, that's a really powerful movie. I've not seen Funhouse. The origin of Poltergeist can be traced to Night Skies, which is Spielberg convinced as a horror sequel to 1977 Close Encounters to the Third Kind. Hooper was less interested in the sci-fi elements and suggested that they collaborate on a ghost story. Accounts differ as the level of Spielberg's involvement, but it is clear that he was frequently on set during filming and exerted significant creative control. For that reason, some have said that Spielberg should be considered the film's co director or even main director, though both Spielberg and Hooper have disputed this. Released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer through MGM UA Entertainment Company. On June 4, 1982, Poltergeist was a major critical and commercial success, becoming the eighth highest grossing film in 1982. In the years since its release, the film has been recognized as a horror classic. It was nominated for 3 Academy Awards, named by the Chicago Film Critics Association as the 20th scariest film ever made, and a scene made Bravo's 100 scariest movie moments. Poltergeist also appeared at number 84 on America Film Institute's 100 Years, 100 Thrills. The film was followed by Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, 1986, Poltergeist 3, as well as 2015 remake, but none had the critical success of the original. Stephen and Diana Freeling live in the planned community of Cuesta Verde, California. Stephen is a successful real estate agent, and Diane looks after their 3 children: 16-year-old Dana, 8-year-old Robbie, 5-year-old Carol Ann. Late one night, Carol Ann inexplicably converses with the family's television set while it displays post-broadcast static. The next night, she fixes on the television again, and a ghostly white hand emerges from the screen, followed by a violent earthquake. As the family is shaken away by the quake, Carol Ann earlier eerily intones, quote, "They're here." The following day is filled with bizarre events. A glass of milk spontaneously breaks, silverware bends, and furniture moves on its own. These phenomena initially seem benign, but soon grow sinister. During a severe thunderstorm, the gnarled backyard tree seemingly comes alive. A large limb crashes through the children's bedroom window, grabs Robbie, pulls him outside into the pouring rain, and attempts to devour him while the family rushes out to rescue Robbie. Carol Ann is pulled into a portal inside the closet. After saving Robbie, the tree, which got stuck onto a tornado, which got sucked into a tornado, the film frantically search for Carol Ann, only to have her voice to call from the television. Parapsychologist Martha Lesh arrives with team members Ryan and Marty to investigate. They determine there is a poltergeist intrusion involving multiple ghosts. Meanwhile, Stephen learns from his boss, Louis Tiuge, that the Cuesta Verde development was built on a former cemetery, and graves were moved to a nearby location. Dana and Robbie are sent away for safety while Dr. Lesh calls in Taginia Barron's, a spiritual medium. Taginia divulges the spirits are lingering in different sphere or consciousness and are not at rest. They are attracted to Carol Ann's life force. Taginia also detects a dark presence she calls the Beast, who is I'm alright. Who restraining Carol Ann and manipulating her life force in order to prevent other spirits from crossing over. Reminds me of like when Halloween the spirits come from this side, from that side to this side. The entrance of the dimension is in the children's bedroom closet and exists through the living room ceiling. Diane, secured by a rope, passes through the portal guided by another rope previously threaded through both portals. Diane retrieves Carol Ann and they drop through the ceiling to the living room floor covered in ectoplasm as they recover from the ordeal. Tag Enia proclaims, "The house is clean." Shortly after the Freeling family have nearly finished packing to move out of the house before the family is to leave, Stephen goes to his office while Dana is on a date, leaving Diane at home with Robbie and Carol Ann. The Beast ambushes Diane and the children, aiming for a second kidnapping attempt. The unseen force drives Diane to the backyard in the pouring rain, where she stumbles into the flooded swimming pool excavation. Skeletal corpses and coffins float up around her in a muddy hole. Diana crawls out and rushes back into the house. She rescues the children and narrowly escape outside as more coffins and bodies erupt from the ground. Reminds me of Haunted Mansion. Accompanied by Tiuge, Stephen arrives home in the mayhem and realizes that only the gravestone were relocated. The development was built over the abandoned graves. The Freelings jumped into the car and collected Dana just as she returns home. They flee Custa Verde as the house implodes into a portal, while Tiuge and stunned neighbors look on the families check the room in a Holiday Inn, where Stephen prominently removes the TV. Scared. Scared. Production: Michael Grice, and Mark Victor had written an unproduced comedy called The Turn Left and Die, and the action film Death Hunt, when Steven Spielberg decided to invite them to possibly work with him. After screening a guy named Joe for them, saying he wanted to remake that film, which he would in 1989's Always, Spielberg also mentioned not a gas, but a ghost story idea he intended to turn into a script. Grice called Spielberg the next day, saying he and Victor only had interest in Ghost Story, and after plans with another writer fell through, the Spielberg brought the two to the job. Spielberg wanted Stephen King to co-write the screenplay, but he was unavailable. Principal photography rolled mostly on Roxbury Street in Simi Valley, California. Following completion of principal photography in the first week of August 1981, Hooper went to spend 10 weeks in editing room compiling the first cut of the film. During much of this time, Spielberg was industrial light and magic, supervising the visual effects, photography. A clause in Spielberg's contract with Universal Studios prevented him from directing another film while preparing E.T. the Extraterrestrial, according to Tobe Hooper. The core concept of the film was an idea he pitched to Spielberg after turning down the offer to direct Night Skies. Writer Michael Grice said that we weren't really working with Spielberg because he was on E.T., and Spielberg only had sporadic meetings with the writers in MGM's commissary. And E.T. and Poltergeist were released a week apart in June '82. Time and Newsweek referred to it as the Spielberg Summer. There were suggestions that Spielberg, in addition to being Poltergeist's co-producer and co-writer, had also served as a de facto co-director. This view was bolstered by various statements Spielberg made about his involvement, including a Los Angeles Times quote on May 24, 1982. Tobe isn't a various statements Spielberg made about his involvement, including Los Angeles Times quote on May 24, 1982. Tobe isn't a take charge sort of guy. If a question was asked and an answer wasn't immediately forthcoming, I jump in and say what we could do. Tobe would nod agreement, and that became the process of collaboration. The same article noted Directors Guild of America had opened an investigation onto the question of whether or not Hooper's official credit was being denigrated by statements Spielberg has made, apparently claiming authorship. The investigation ended in arbitrator's ruling of MGM UA Entertainment Co. must pay 15 grand to Hooper because the studio gave producer Spielberg a bigger credit that Hooper got its trailers, although also noting that broader issues of dispute exist between Marshall told the LA Times that creative force of the movie was Stephen. Toby was the director and was at the set every day, but Stephen told LA Times that the creative force of the movie was Stephen. Toby was the director and was on the set every day, but Steven did the design for every storyboard, and he was on the set every day except for 3 days when he was in Hawaii with Lucas. Shout out to Lucas. However, Hooper stated that he did fully half of the storyboard. The week of the film's release, the Hollywood Reporter printed an open letter from Spielberg to Hooper. Regrettably, some of the press has misunderstood rather unique creative relationship which you and I share throughout the making of Poltergeist. I enjoyed your openness in allowing me as a writer and producer a wide berth for creative involvements, as I know you are happy with the freedom you had to direct Poltergeist so wonderfully. Though the screenplay, you accepted a vision of this very intense movie from the start, and as a director, you delivered the goods, you performed the responsibility, and professionally throughout, and I wish you great success in your next project. Well, that's really cool. It's always good to exchange kind words with each other. It's great encouragement. In a 2007 Ain't a Cool News interview, Zelda Rubinstein discussed her recollections of the shooting process. She said Steven directed all 6 days she was on set. Toby set up the shots, and Steven made the adjustments. She also alleged that Hooper allowed some unacceptable chemical agents into his work, and that during her audition, Tilly was only partially there. Comments from actor James Karen concerning a 25th anniversary Q&A event which both attended categorized Rubinstein's remarks as unfair to Hooper. She laid onto Toby, and I don't know why. Toby was kind to her. In a 2012 Rue Morgue article commemorating Poltergeist's 30th anniversary, interviews were conducted with several cast and crew members in response to magazine's query about the authorship issue. Cast members unanimously sided with Hooper. James Karen said Toby had a hard time on that film. It's thought when a producer is on set every day, there's always been a lot of talk about that. I consider Toby my director. That's my stand on all those rumors. Martin Casella stated, so much Poltergeist looks and feels like a Spielberg movie, but my recollection is that Toby was mostly directing. Oliver Robbins, the guy who sets up the shots, blocks the actors, and works with the crew to create a vision, is a director. Those terms, Toby was the director. He's the one who directed me away. Make up the effects, artists Craig Reardon said Spielberg often had finally say originally version of the cancerous steak. Concarious steak, for instance, was created by Reardon per Hooper's specifications, but vetoed by Spielberg. Although the first steak did not represent a killing amount of work, it had consumed enough time and effort, none of which I could afford to waste, that I determined in the future to make certain whatever I prepared, prepped, prepped, would be approved in advance by Spielberg as well as Hooper. Hooper was asked about the controversy in 2015 interview with online journal Film Talk, said that the rumors originated from a Los Angeles Times article which reported on Spielberg shooting footage of a little race cars in front of the house while Hooper was busy elsewhere shooting another scene. From there, it became its own legend. That is how I remember it. I was making the movie, and later on, I heard this stuff. After it was finished, I really can't see the record much straighter than that. According to the Blumhouse Productions website, first assistant Cameron John R. Leonite reported that Spielberg directed the film more so that Hooper, stating Hooper was so nice, just happy to be there. He creatively had input. Steven developed the movie, and it was his direct, except there was anticipation of a director strike, so he was the producer, but really he directed it in case there was going to be a strike, and Toby was cool with that. It wasn't anything against Toby. Every once in a while, he would actually leave the set and let Toby do a few things just because, but really, Steven directed it. Following Hooper's passing in 2017, director Mick Garris is a publicist on the film who made several on-set visits, came to Hooper's defense on the post-mortem podcast. Toby was calling action and cut. Toby had been deeply involved in all of the pre-production and everything, but Steven is a guy who will come in and call the shots. And so you're on the first studio film hired by Steven Spielberg, who is enthusiastically involved in this movie. Are you going to say, stop that, let me do this? Which Toby did. Toby was a terrific filmmaker. I didn't think Steven was controlling. I think it was Steven with enthusiastic, and nobody was there to protect Toby, but all the pre-production was done by Toby. Toby was there throughout. Toby's vision is very much realized there. And Toby got created because he deserved credit, including Steven Spielberg said that. Look up something real quick. Toby was a terrific filmmaker. I didn't think it's that Steven was controlling. I think it was Steven was enthusiastic and nobody was there to protect Toby. But all the pre-production was done by Toby. Toby was throughout Toby's vision, very much realized there. And Toby got credit because he deserved credit, including Steven Spielberg and that. Yeah, Steven Spielberg was very much involved. It's a Toby Hooper film. Different quotes I'm reading. The special effects from the Poltergeist were produced by Industrial Light and Magic and overseen by Richard Edlund. The film won BAFTA award for Best Special Visual Effects and earned a nomination for the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects, which is lost by E.T. and the Extraterrestrial. The scene of Diane Jo Beth Williams climbing up the walls was done using a static camera and a rotating set. A similar effect was used in Royal Wedding to make it look like Fred Astaire was dancing on the ceiling. The scene of Diane Jo Beth Williams climbing up the walls was done using a static camera and a rotating set. I had to read that again. That was pretty cool. A similar effect was used in Royal Wedding to make it look like Fred Astaire was dancing on the ceiling. Royal Wedding, 1951 American musical comedy film, directed by Stanley Donen. Spielberg recalled that the most complicated lighting effects were used in Carol Ann's close closet. There were so many lighting effects, strobes, and Las Vegas spots and fish tanks of water to give different kind of diffusion to beam coming out and 4 large wind machines. We want the light to live. The dolly zoom is used in the scene of Diane running down the hallway to Carol Ann's room. This is done by pulling the camera back while zooming the lens forward. In Poltergeist, it creates the illusion of expanding space. The music from Poltergeist was written by Jerry Goldsmith. Who recalled this passage. Steven Spielberg called me out 5 months before Poltergeist went into the production and wanted to know if I would be interested in doing it. He'd long been an admirer of mine, and we had met several times. I said I'd be very interested, so he sent me a script, and I loved it. I was very excited about being involved in anything with Spielberg anyway. With Spielberg, probably more than any other director, there's a tremendous amount of discussion. He's very articulate about music. One can discuss for hours about the approaches. Anything I did was not on my own violation. It was a joint effort, and that both agreed what we were trying to do with the music for the picture. We wanted childlike theme from the little girl. Spielberg felt that much of the action in the closet should have quasi-religious atmosphere to it. There was something definitely non-human about it, yet it was not evil all the way. It was discussing specifics like which resulted in our approach. Toby Hooper was not involved. He was not involved. Let's make that clear. At all in the post production. That was all strictly with Steven, and I worked very closely with him. Goldsmith wrote several themes on the score, including the lullaby Carol Ann's theme, to represent the blissful stubbornness, life, and young female protagonist, a semi religious melody for the souls caught between worlds, and several dissonance atonial blasts for the moments of terror. The score went on the garner Goldsmith an Oscar nomination for Best Original Score, though he lost John Williams for E.T. and the Extraterrestrial. Goldsmith's score was first released in 1982 on LP through MGM Records in a 38-minute version. Rhino Movie Music later released a 68-minute cut on CD in 1997. A two-disc soundtrack album later followed on December 9, 2010 by Film Score Monthly, featuring additional source alternate material. The 2010 release also included previously unreleased tracks from Goldsmith's score The Prize. (1963). There is an alternate version of Carol Ann's theme which has lyrics. That version is unofficially titled Bless This House, which is a line from the course. It was not featured in the film, but was part of the original album. Illusions, a clip of Spencer Tracy and a guy named Joe 1943 can be seen on TV in the Freeling's bedroom. This is one of Spielberg's favorite childhood films, which he would remake as always. Joe is also a film about the afterlife. Posters for Star Wars and Alien, Shout at Me, can be seen in the room shared in Robbie and Carol Ann. That's pretty cool. I know some people that saw that when it came out. Maybe y'all that are watching or seeing a rerun of this saw it too, but as I said, that's pretty cool. They all saw it when it first came out. Alien 1979. Pretty cool. The story of Poltergeist has similarities to the Twilight Zone episode The Little Girl Lost. Yep, that's true. About a girl who finds a portal to another dimension. When I was watching it, I got Twilight Zone vibes from it. In her bedroom, the girl's family, including the dog, can hear her but can see her. The similarity was noted, but the episode's author, Richard Matheson, they sort of used the idea that made their own concept of Eason, and said he had positive relationship with Spielberg, adding, "God knows the man has talent." A sign that Holiday Inn would reads, "Welcome, Doctor Fantasy and friends." This is an inside joke. Producer Frank Marshall is an amateur magician, and his stage name is Doctor Fantasy. After a production wraps, Marshall performs magic for the crew. Release MPAA rating. Poltergeist initially received an R rating from MPAA. Steven Spielberg and Tobe Hooper disagreed with the R rating and succeeded in changing it to PG on appeal. Reissues. The film was reissued on October 29, 1982 to take advantage of the Halloween weekend. It was shown in theaters for one only on October 4, 2007 to promote the new restored remastered 25th anniversary DVD released 5 days later. This event also included the documentary They Are Here. The real word of poltergeists was created for the new DVD. The Poltergeist franchise is believed by some to be cursed due to the premature deaths of several of the people associated with the film. Nosferatu was also allegedly cursed, the original one, including Heather O'Rourke, Dominique Dune, a notion that was focused on true Hollywood story. Home media. Poltergeist was released by MGM UA Home Video on VHS, Betamax, and CED. Now, I don't know what these other things are. I'm going to have to look that up. Oh, okay. That's. Oh, I know what that is. I may have seen that once or so at some point in my life. They didn't have that when I was a kid, but I saw those types of tapes before. Maybe it was used one time, maybe, but it was a blue moon. Why did Betamax fail? In the end, the strengths of the Sony Betamax just weren't that relevant in need of the public. Better image and audio quality weren't a deciding factor for many consumers, with older TVs and VHS made sure their tapes matched a typical broadcasting quality, so they didn't really feel inferior. Betamax is a consumer level analog recording in cassette format magnetic tape for video, commonly known as video cassette recorder. It was developed by Sony, was released in Japan on May 10, 1975, followed by US November the same year. That's pretty cool. I remember the cassette tapes. CED. Let's look that one up. And it's not what I meant to look up. It was. Let's make it more specific here. All right, they have a couple of these things. Is a disc, an analog video disc playback system. It's pretty cool. That looks so cool. Actually, the quality looks pretty interesting. You got a couple of these different things. It's pretty cool. I like the quality. I know like it would seem like bad quality, but it's pretty cool. A Betamax Laserdisc. That's some big DVDs. That is a big DVD. That's very. I didn't know that they were this big. I think I've seen something like that before. And I'm not surprised because they they would have these type of things because they had record players and stuff. I would be surprised if there wasn't a bigger version of it, of a DVD player. 80s had some interesting technology. In 1982, on April 8, 1997, MGM Home Entertainment released Poltergeist on DVD in a snap case, and the only special feature was a trailer in 1998. Poltergeist was re released on DVD with the same cover and disc as 1997 release, but in a keep case with an 8-page booklet. In 99, a snapcase edition with same DVD disc but a different cover was released by Warner Home Video, later Warner Bros. Home Entertainment. After the pre-May 1986 MGM library was acquired by the Time Warner owned Turned Entertainment Company, Warner tentatively scheduled release for the 25th anniversary edition of the film on standard DVD, HD HD, DVD, and Blu-ray. In Spain and the US on October 9, 2007, the re release was billed as having digitally remastered picture and sound, and the two-part documentary, They Are Here, The Real World of Poltergeists, which makes extensive US of clip from the film remastered DVD of the film, was released as scheduled, but both high definition releases were eventually canceled. Warner researched the high definition version of the film and eventually released it only on Blu ray format on October 14, 2008. To commemorate the film's 40th anniversary, Poltergeist was released by Warner Bros. In 4K UHD Blu ray September 20, 2022. Novelization. A novelization was written by James Kahan, appointed adopted from the film's original screenplay. It was printed in the United States through Warner Books, with the first printing in May 1982. While the film focuses mainly on the Freeling family, much of the book leans toward the relationship between Tan, Gina, and Dr. Lesh. The novel also expands upon many scenes from the film, such as the nighttime manifestation of outer dimensional entities, of fire and shadows in the Freeling's living room, and an extended version of the kitchen scene in which Marty watches a steak crawl across the countertop. In the book, Marty is frozen in place and skeletonized by spiders and rats. There are also additional elements not in the film, such as Robbie's mysterious discovery of the clown doll in the yard during his birthday party, and Ben Volant Spirits, the waiting woman who protects Carol Ann in the spirit world. Reception. Box office. Poltergeist was released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer on June 4, 1982. The film was a commercial success, earned 76 million in the United States, making it the highest grossing horror film of 1982 and height an 8 overall for the year. I think that's really impressive. Critical response. The film was well received by critics and is considered by many as a classic horror genre, as well as one of the best films in 1982. Run review aggregator Rotten Tomatoes is an approval rating of 88% based on reviews from 72 critics with average rating of 7.50 to 10 out of 10. The site's consensus reads, quote, smartly filmed, tightly scripted, and mostly importantly, consistently frightening, Poltergeist is a modern horror classic, end quote. On Metacritic, it has a score of 79% based on reviews from 16 critics indicating generally favorable reviews. Roger Ebert gave Poltergeist 3 stars out of 4, called it an effective thriller, not so much because of the special effects as because Hooper and Spielberg have tried to see movies' strange events through the eyes of the family members instead of just standing back and letting the special effects overwhelm the cast along with the audience. Vincent Canby of the New York Times called it a marvelously spooky ghost story with extraordinary technical effects that were often eerie and beautiful, but also occasionally vividly gruesome. Andrew Saris in The Village Voice wrote that when Carol Ann is lost, the parents and the 2 older children come together in bloodkin empathy to form a larger than life family that will reach down to the gates of hell to save its loved ones. In Los Angeles Herald Examiner, Peter Rayner wrote, buried within the plot of Poltergeist is a basic, splendid fairy tale scheme. The story of a little girl who puts her parents through the most outrageous turbulation to prove their love for her. Underlying most fairy tales is a common theme: the comforts of family. Virtually all fairy tales begin with a distributing of the family order, and their conclusion is usually a return to order. David Thompson, in his entire entry to Spielberg, a new biographical dictionary of film, calls Poltergeist wondrous. Not all reviews were as positive. Gene Siskel gave the film 1.5 stars out of 4, writing that Poltergeist is very good at getting details of suburban life right. In other words, it sets its stage beautifully, but when it comes time for the terror begin, the whole thing is very, very silly. Gary Arnold of the Washington Post observed that the film looks and feels dedicatedly patchy, as if it had been assembled by different hands frequently working at cross purposes. Sheila Benson of the Los Angeles Times wrote, in terms of simple, flat out roof rattling fright, Poltergeist gives full value in terms of story. However, simple is indeed the word, and dumb might be a better one. And when so many effects are lavished on a story, this you have to lopsided film. Accolades. The film continues to receive recognition. 40 years after its release, Poltergeist was selected by the New York Times as one of the best 1,000 movies ever made. It's also received recognition from American Film Institute with number 84 ranking on AFI's 100 thrillers list. Their Here was named 69th greatest movie, quote, on AFI's 100 years 100 movie quotes. The film received 3 Oscar nominations: Best Original Score, Best Sound Effects, shout out to the sound effects, Editing, Best Visual Effects, losing a 3 to Spielberg's E.T. The Last Terrestrial. A little more to go. Saturn Award. Interesting. Sequels and remakes. In 1986, Poltergeist, The Other Side retained the family. In 1986, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side retained the family but introduced a new motive, which this is Poltergeist 2, 1986. Retained the family but introduced a new movie from Beast's behavior, trying him to an evil cult leader named Henry Kane, who led his religious sect to their doom in 1820s. As the beast, Kane went to extraordinary lengths to keep his flock under his control, even in death. The original motive of the cemetery soul, disturbed by the housing development, was thereby altered. The cemetery was now explained to be built above a cave where Cain and his flock met their ends. It also reveals the women of the family are actually psychics. Interesting. The 1988 Italian film Ghost House, also known as La Casa, written directed by Umberto Lenzi has been described as imitation of the original Poltergeist. In 2013, a remake of the original Poltergeist produced by MGM and 20th Century and directed by Jill Cannon was announced. Sam Raimi, Rob Tappert, and Roy Lee produced the film, which stars Sam Rockwell, Jared Harris, and Rosemary DeWitt. Poltergeist was released on May 22, 2015. On April 10, 2019, it was announced that the Ruzio brothers would helm a new remake. In October 2023, it was reported that the television series adopted was in early development at Amazon MGM Studios with Amblin Television's Daryl Frank and Justin Falvey set to executive produce. In popular culture, Bad Dream House, the film segment of Treehouse of Horror, that looks interesting. The Simpsons. That looks pretty cool. The first episode of the annual Simpsons Treehouse Horror Halloween specials is partially a parody of Poltergeist. The song "Shining" by horror punk Misfits on their 1997 album American Psycho is based directly on the film, with the chorus centered on the refrain "Carol Ann, Carol Ann." Spice Girls pays homage to the film in their 1997 music video for the song "Too Much." Two separate animated TV series helmed by Seth MacFarlane have parodied Poltergeist in 2006. Family Guy episode Poltergeist, Peter Griffith discovered an Indian burial ground when he attempts to build a multiplex in backyard. When he takes Indian chief's skull, a poltergeist invades the Griffin's home. The episode used some of the same musical cues heard in the film and recreates several of its scenes. American Dad also parodied the film with season 10 episode Poltergasm, in which the Smith house has been haunted by Franchini's unsatisfied drive to do certain things. And Roger plays Ruby Zeldestein, a parody of Tangenya. The 2001 comedy horror film Scary Movie 2 parodies the movie clown doll attack in Ruby's bedroom as well as Dan's levitation. Poltergeist was subject of walk-through attraction at both Universal Studios Orlando Hollywood annual Halloween Horror Nights event. Shout out to all of you, cool people, and also to those watching, listening, and people that may see this as a rerun also. So that's pretty cool going through that. One thing I'm going to look over is this cool picture right here. There's a lot of windows open, I agree. You know, we're going to have me being obsessive for a little bit. So, yeah, this I gotta look at it because everybody's gonna be like, he's looking at a picture, but yep, it's kind of stuff I do. So some weird, nothing's bad or anything. It sounded interesting, whatever that was. All right, all right. So that is a picture of the Simpsons from like their Treehouse Horror from 1990, and I just love this artwork here because you know I like this type of image because basically with this type of image, it shows these iconic Halloween type images like the bats and the skeleton of Homer Simpson and the pumpkin in the window that's like staring at Bart. Yeah, everybody's looking at him. The skeleton's looking at him. The bats. Everybody's looking at him. He must have said something real funny. And but the flashlight's not amused. It's just chilling over on the side. And I'm gonna make a whole video about reacting to this picture. And I haven't forgotten about the grizzly bears and the polar bears. I've not forgotten about that one. So there's a billion things going on, because it's like with YouTube, it's really fascinating. It's like all these different streams and stuff I go on and have these like chat groups I have. It's a lot, and the other stuff I do, it's a lot to manage. It is, but of course, everybody else can relate to doing a lot of work too. I mean, I'm not the only one. I'm just saying it's interesting, and I'm still looking at audiobooks and stuff at night when I walk around, but you know, it's all good though. I'm just saying, I am catching up on things. But yeah, so basically, I like the treehouse color because it's a great contrast. It's like kind of orangey looking, but it's brown, but it's trying to be orange. And then there's like orange, a reflection of the pumpkin, and the moon is like in the background lurking. It's like it's not there, but it is there. Like everybody could see the moon, but it thinks it's invisible. And the tree is there. Yeah, I like it. It's an iconic scene because especially like Halloween and like especially the time right before Halloween. It's like it's really exciting because it's like the weather gets a little bit cooler and well in some areas it even snows. I mean it gets cooler in general. And but not everywhere all the time. And basically, it's exciting. Like right before Halloween and right during Halloween, and you're about to enter the fall completely. Like you're like right in the fall, the midst of the fall season, and all the leaves are changing. And then you have this situation where it becomes winter, and then Christmas, and all, and just like you're in it. It's very interesting when the seasons change and stuff happens. So like that picture really reflects it, and I like the mystery, because with the mystery, you have this situation where what's going on outside the treehouse, what's going on in the treehouse, what is it and what is it thinking? Like those bats are just statue or are just pictures, but what could they do if they're real? It's quite interesting. Like why is the skeleton there? Like it's interesting to think about logical reasoning behind the silly decorations that are just placed there. I have a habit of overthinking things. I do. And it comes in handy a lot with YouTube, but also, especially when I was a kid, it would go against me. And and also, I was thinking about some stuff for a second. I can't believe I paused like that, but it's all good. Pausing is good. Sometimes it's good to have a pause. You know, to not always talk. So basically, the moon. I like how it's like yellow looking because usually when the moon, right when it rises up, it'll be like I've seen it when there's a story one time where it was January of 2017 and the horizon there is all the trees, the leaves fell off all the trees because of winter, and I can see the horizon perfectly fine. Thank you, love making movies. I appreciate it. Thank you. And basically, I saw the horizon all the way back to where the moon is because I can see the horizon. But the thing is like you, I could see it much more clear. And I saw the moon coming up, and it looked just like the Nightmare Before Christmas moon. It looked like a movie. It's like it was extremely dark orange, and the sky was purple. Because the sky, remember my teacher, very very good teacher. She was the like literature. Okay, I know this stuff. It wasn't that long ago. So like fine arts and stuff like that, and like later in high school, and because I was saying about the sky being black, but it's actually purple, and I kind of knew that from depictions of nighttime that I saw, but I really, really, and I think I've even seen a little bit purplish looking before, but she really brought it to my attention. It was purple, very, very dark purple. It's not black, and I saw it. It was purple looking, and then I looked a little bit closer in general, and it does have a purple hue to it sometimes, and so that was very interesting to see, and I like seeing it was kind of like a purplish look to it. So yes, as the moon rises up, it will look yellow like that, and then as it goes up into the sky, it turns more white, and it keeps on, you know, going up, and then as it goes up into the sky, it hovers over like a lamp, and it gets smaller and smaller. So the moon is very big when it comes up. Some places it looks like a planet, depending where you are. One time I saw the moon set in a certain spot when all the again when all the trees are gone, and the moon was setting. It looked pretty big. It's all about optical illusions and different angles and things, and that's what I liked about how things can look a certain way that they really aren't. And I Yeah, so I like that about the moon concept, how it's coming up like that. Or it's very artistically done, and the jack o' lantern. I like it's. They've made some beautiful art with jack o' lanterns in general. They made, they can make really great art out of them now. And basically, what happened with the jack o' lantern, that's a classic one. A classic one, like in SpongeBob and stuff. They had the like with the triangle eyes and stuff. It looks really cool. I remember one time, I took a jack o' lantern. I took a pumpkin that survived the whole year, nearly a year, because I keep the pumpkins as decorations, and I made a jack o' lantern out of it. The video's on my channel, and this is back in 2022. It was nice, and it was pretty cool. I made videos out of it, and I put this electrical. I had a bunch of these little tiny electric battery candle things, and I put them in the candle inside the pumpkin. I remember one time there was this storm, this cold front coming in. It was really stormy, and I looked out the window. Although it did get wet, but still, it was nice to see it twinkle its undulating colors of orange. It was pretty cool. Yeah. So, and I realized there's this Mickey Mouse cartoon from the 20s or so. I have to look up what year it came out. It was a very long. It was like over 100 years ago, I think, and or near 100 years ago. And Mickey Mouse was like, I don't know, he was out in the middle of nowhere, where he shouldn't have been outside, and it was cold, and it was really windy and stormy. And I noticed that's because of the cold fronts. It was a cold front. They usually take place during a cold front. That because it's like when they come in, I'm like, this is like one of those cartoons. And there's another Disney one about the skeletons dancing in the graveyard, and yeah, that's a cold front. That's what that was. I love those type of iconic scenes like this. They really are deep to me. Really cool. Yeah, let's see when that was done. And that was the wrong one. It was this one, actually. This page. Okay. Okay, so 1929. Mickey Mouse, The Haunted House. We're in 24. In a few years, he'll be 100 years old. Yeah, he. It was funny. It was like you know, these little creepers, these like trolls, these little come in and they go and just kind of pull pranks on him. They don't really do anything bad to him, but really nice cartoon. And I remember they had the bats, and the house is all abandoned looking with cobwebs. And it's like you don't really know what this guy is exactly with the hood. Like it's not really. I like the mystery. You don't really know who he is or what he is exactly. If it's probably a ghost or another skeleton, but you really don't know for certain. Is it someone? Is it a witch? Is it a warlock, or is it a ghost of some kind? What was the ghost before? Well, it's obviously a skeleton, but it could be behind all those other ones. So it's definitely a ghost or a skeleton because it's obviously a skeleton there, but it's like the one in charge of everyone. And it's like, what was it before it became a skeleton? That's the stuff I like to look into. Like it's some sort of a witch or something, but it was a warlock probably if it was anything like that because it was a dude, if it had anything to do with anything. But basically, what it was, all realistically speaking, it was a skeleton that was partying, and it was like play. That's what it was telling Mickey Mouse to do. So it just wanted Mickey Mouse to play the organ right there. Yep. And he was like, "Yes, ma'am." He had to roast him a little bit. Yeah. So I like cartoons like that. I like how it was simple and people, just doing stuff because, now is a many great things about this time period, but there's also strange things, and it's nice to have things like this too. At the same time, and yeah, that's the house. It was like it was in a bad mood. It didn't get a Snickers for Halloween, and it was just an angry house, and it was blowing. The wind was blowing. I remember one night when the cold front was coming in, and I could hear it, and I'm like, I felt like I was in that cartoon. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a depiction because he's like, it's very clever how Walt Disney and the team did that because he's like looking around, but you see his shadow becomes one of the ghost skeleton things. It's very clever how they did that. And I looked about how they did this in the past, and what they did was they layered a bunch of paintings on top of each other, especially the more colorful ones, the colored ones, the ones in color, the movies in color. They would go and take which these and the ones those other ones they would layer the different paintings and they would move them around to create different scenes because it's like it looks like a factory, and they would have the camera pointed down, and it would go into these different scenes, and it's just so clever how they were able to do that without the computers. And then, as you know, when you remember the example from Nickelodeon was that you take a ball, you draw a ball on a sticky notepad, and then you draw it going into a little bit of a different direction, then another direction, and also what happens is they it's that's how the cartoons work. So it was interesting to see how they did that. And they had to draw every single scene, especially those movies they did. I mean, that's impressive. I personally like how they used to look back in that time. I like the new animation stuff. It's like they do now. It's pretty cool. But like I have to say that other stuff was pretty cool too, and it would be cool to see more movies created like that. But I understand it takes a lot of time in that. But like Toy Story was very good. I mean, I'm not against the animation now, but that stuff was pretty cool back then. Yeah, so yeah, shout out to this. I'm still gonna do some more about that picture. And oh, James Earl Jones, rest in peace. He was very good at what he did. It was in 1990s, inspired by horror comics. I have a comic book of The Simpsons. When I was a kid, I got it from the book fair, and also 1950s horror comics, and begins with disclaimer that it may be too scary for children. Its first Treehouse Horror episode. These episodes do not obey the show's rules of realism and are not treated as canon. The opening disclaimer and the panning shot through the cemetery with humorous tombstones were features that were used sporadically in the Treehouse of Horror series and eventually dropped. This is also the first episode to have the music composed by Alf Carlson. Okay, I'm gonna go over here, bookmark these. This was something that came out in 2001. That was around the time the other thing came out. The Poltergeist movie came out. That tomorrow. That tomorrow too, probably. Think. Okay, we're gonna read through this. All right. No, that's not what I meant. We'll do this, and we're gonna do that, read that, and here we are. Okay. The plot revolves around three scary stories told by the Simpson children in the family's treehouse. The first segment involves a haunted house that is based on various haunted house films, primarily the Amityville Horror 1979 and Poltergeist 1982. In the second segment, Kang and Kados are introduced when the Simpsons are abducted by aliens. The third segment is an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's I Didn't Know That. Shout out to him, he was a good writer. 1845 poem The Raven. James Earl Jones guest starred in all three segments. The episode was received positively, being included in several critics' best of the list. Critics signed out The Raven for praise, although Simpsons creator Matt Groening was concerned that it would be seen as pretentious. On Halloween, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie sit in. I'm thinking of something funny I put in some. I made this like thing. It's these like kind of scary movie thing, and I put it on a DVD and put some funny thing in it. It cracked me up for a second. All right. On Halloween, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie sit in the treehouse and tell scary stories. Homer, who had just come home from trick or treating, eavesdrops on them. Bad Dream House, the Simpsons move into an 18-bedroom house they got a good deal on. The walls of Cursed House begin to bleed, and objects begin to fly through the air. Lisa senses evil, an evil presence in the house. Judging in the ghostly echoing voice tells the family to get out. There is a portal to another dimension, a vortex in the kitchen. Homer. Vortex. Come on, alien spaceship. Maggie expresses desire to leave. Homer asks her to sleep on it. That night, the house possesses Homer and the children, manipulating their minds and making them chase each other with axes and knives rather. Unlike the others, however, Marge is using her knife to spread mayonnaise on a sandwich and intervenes, breaking the trance. Afterwards, Lisa discovers the source of haunting, a Native American burial ground hidden in the basement, something which retailers have apparently mentioned to Homer repeatedly. After the house threatens them again, Marge confronts the house, demanding that it treat them with respect during their stay. The house thinks it over and opts to destroy itself rather than live with the Simpsons. Hungry are the damned, told by Bart. the Simpsons are abducted from their backyard by two aliens named Kang and Kodos. The aliens take the Simpsons and their home planet to their home planet, Regil 4, for a feast en route. They present the Simpsons with enormous amounts of food and watch eagerly as Simpsons gorge themselves, suspicious of the aliens' intentions. Lisa a real finds a book in the kitchen titled How to Cook Humans. Oh no. Kang blows off space dust, obscuring the real title, How to Cook for 40 Humans. Enraged at Lisa's mistrust, the aliens return the Simpsons to Earth, rebuking the family for running their chance at paradise on the planet. In the adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven, Bart is depicted as the Raven. Homer appears as the poem's narrator. Marge appears in a portrait as Lenore. Yeah, yeah. The narrator, infatuated by the Raven's mockery of his grief over his lost Lenore, files into a fit of rage, chasing it across his study, ending with Raven's eventual victory and narrator staring helplessly at it as he sits on the floor amid a scatter of books and broken objects. Back at the treehouse, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie find they are frightened by any of the stories, considering them to be tame by today's standards. They climb down the treehouse and sleep peacefully while Homer lies awake in bed and terrified of the stories. As they're lying in bed, Homer notices Bart Raven outside their bedroom window. The Raven, that is so cool that they found that. That is so cool. Homer was a very popular poet, bard in ancient Greece. Homer's Iliad, the Odyssey. Yeah, I've read what the character Homer was like named after. That's a brilliant writer. Or he would talk about the wine-colored seas, and that was very poetic because the seas, like it was very cool how he would describe certain things, and I liked, it was very easy to read. It was really cool. Unlike a typical, unlike hello Denisha, good to see you, friend. Shout out to you. Look at you burning the midnight oil. Yep, that's what we. That's what I do on the spaceship. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to you. I'm glad to see you telling us hello. Production. Unlike a typical Simpsons episode, quote, a treehouse of horror is divided into three segments. It is the first in the Treehouse of Horror series of Halloween themed Simpsons episodes. It is considered to be non canon and takes place outside the normal continuity of the show. How am I doing, hon? Okay. So, I am doing very good. I'm enjoying the stream. It's been going great. And we reviewed the Poltergeist. We talked about much earlier about some trials in the election and a couple different things we're keeping up with. And I was ranting about this picture of from The Simpsons. I made like a whole rant about this really cool picture of Halloween right there. It's really iconic. And then I start reading about the episode, and it was really well done. So I'm doing very good, and I hope that you are doing good as well. A Treehouse of Horror episode has since aired around Halloween. Every season, part of the series attraction of the writers is that they are able to break the rules and include violence that would not make it on regular episode. The episode was inspired by AC comic horror comics such as Tales from the Crypt. In the first segment, several haunted house films are parodied, including House of Usher, The Haunting, The Amityville Horror, and The Shining. The haunted house being built on the burial ground, is inspired by the 1982 film Poltergeist. The house was designed to look like the Addams Family house. The second segment's cookbook is referenced to the 1962 The Twilight Zone episode, The Serve Man. Yes, yes. Exactly. They took a lot of things from the Twilight Zone and put it in that. I'm glad you're doing well, Denisha. The third segment reimagines the Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. In 2011, staff writer Al Jean commented on the episode, quote, "The deal of it to parody EC Comics was really original and kind of shocking for a cartoon on network television." Exclusive producer Jim Brooks said, "We better have a disclaimer at the beginning of this Halloween show." So Marge came out and warned people that they were going to see something scary. And the funny thing is, it's now very tame by our Halloween standards and by the network animation standards. According to M. Keith Booker, author of The Dawn of the Dawn of Television, the warning only made the episode more attractive to children. The entire segment was a parody of the opening of the 1931 Frankenstein film. While similar warnings were used to open the second film, the third Treehouse episodes, these quickly became a burden to write, and there was no warning of the fourth episode. Instead, it had Marge ask Bart to warn people how frightening the show was during the introduction, paying homage to Night Gallery. That's really cool, the Night Gallery. That was another one Rod Serling made. The tradition was revived from Treehouse Horror 5. After they were permanently dropped, the writers did not make any attempts at reviving them. In the opening segment of the episode and for subsequent episodes, the camera zooms through a cemetery where tombstones with humorous epitaphs can be seen. These messages include names of canceled shows from previous television season and celebrities such as Walt Disney, Jim Morrison. They were last used in Treehouse Horror 5, which includes Solitary Tombstone, Words amusing tombstones to signals this. We were just talking about Jim Morrison when we're talking about the 27 Club. Interesting. Tombstone gags easy for the writers. In first episode, but like Marge's warnings, they eventually got more difficult to write, so they were abandon of the series, Treehouse of Horror, was only one that included a treehouse as a setting. Treehouse of Horror was the first time an alternate version of the theme that arises over the end credits was used. Originally, it was supposed to be the theremin, an early electric musical instrument, but one could not be found that could hit all necessary notes. Alf Clausen, who has scored most of The Simpsons music, began his work on the show with his episode. The first segment, Bad Dream House, was written by John Swartwelder and director by Wes Archer. The voice of the house was provided by member Harry Shearer, Jay Cogan, and Wallace Wolodarski wrote the second segment, Hungry and Damned. The Rich Moore directed it. Sam Simon wrote the third segment, The Raven, and David Sermon was directed it. The segment was based on Edgar Allan Poe's 1845 narrative poem The Raven. During the production, Samson's creator Matt Groening was nervous about The Raven because it did not have many gags and felt the most pretentious thing they had ever done on the show. American actor James Earl Jones, rest in peace to him, guest starred in the episode as moving man Sherrock, the preparer, one of the aliens, and the narrator of The Raven. Unable to work with the rest of the cast, Jones recorded his lines as the village recorder. In West Los Angeles, he chewed on a cookie close to his microphone to perform the drooling sounds of the aliens. That's very cool. I didn't know that. The sibling aliens, Kang and Kodos, first appeared on the show in the episode Every Treehouse Horror episode, since this one must have Kang and Kodos characters, states an unofficial Simpsons rule. Despite this rule, the writers say the duo will often be forgotten and then added at the last second, leading to brief appearances. The idea of Kang and Kodos came from Kogan and Wolodarski. The script, Kang and Kodos, shown as an octopus in a space helmet with a trail of goo. The finished design was based on the cover of EC Comics issue, although originally designed to constantly drool. Garnering suggested that they drool all the time. The animation process is easier. However, the animators did not mind the work, leading to the drooling staying to the script. Kang and Kudos names are derived from two Star Trek characters. Kang was Klingon captain, portrayed by the actor Michael and Saria. The episode they drove whereas Kados Executioner was human villain from the Conscience of the King. Harry Shearer voice Kang, and Dan Castelliente voices Kudos. A third alien named Serac Preparer also made his first only appearance in the series. Reception. In its original broadcast, quote, Tree House of Horror finished 25th in ratings for the week of October 22 to 28, 1990, with Nielsen rating of 15.7, equivalent to approximately 14.6 million viewing the households. It was the highest rated show on Fox that week, beating Married with Children. since airing, the episode has received mostly positive reviews from the television critics. In 1998, TV Guide listed it in the list the top 12 Simpsons episodes. The Guardian named it one of the 5 greatest episodes in The Simpsons history. The authors of the book, I Can't Believe It's a Bigger, Better, Updated, Unofficial Simpsons Guide, Warren Mantrine and Adrian Wood, said that 2 segments work better than the third. But this is a marvelous episode and set a high standard for Halloween specials to come. End quote. In 2008, CanWest News Service chose, quote, Treehouse of Horror as one of the top 5 scariest episodes from television's past. They signaled out Marge, saying the family has had differences and we've squabbled, but we've never had knife fights before, and blame his house. As memorable line from episode 2 of the episode segments were singled out by critics as exemplary parts of the Treehouse of Horror series. The Raven was selected as the second best Treehouse horror segment by Ryan G. Budick of the TV Squad in 2005. Budick described the segment as one of the most refined Simpsons pop references ever, and knows people who consider this the point that they realize the Simpsons could be both highly hilarious and highly intelligent. Hungry and Damned was selected as the 5th best Treehouse of Horror segment by Eric Goldman, Dan Iverson, and Brian Zoramiski of IGN in 2008. The IGN reviewers signed out of the house to cook for 40 humans selected of segments in the funniest moments. Critics also praised the episode's relationship to various television shows and Poe's The Raven. Michael Stanley's of the DVD verdict described the 3 Treehouse of Horror segments as brilliantly crafted tales of capturing the best elements of the Twilight Zone and Outer Limits. And Alfred Hitchcock presents injecting them into the Simpsons universe. DVD reviewer Doug Pratt described The Raven as a perfect adaptation. Kurt M. Koenigsberger said in his book Leaving Springfield that The Simpsons, while not strictly a literal form, is certainly the most literate of the situation all comedies. Koenigsberger uses The Raven as one example in support of the statement, The Simpsons is steeped in American literally context. Arnold Benton made such a splash tour in 1911. All right, so that was about that one, and that was really cool. Okay, shout out to that. Okay. All right. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Now, talk about this vegetable oil. Sunflower oil is light. It tastes, appearance, and supplies more vitamin E than other vegetable oil. It is a combination of monounsaturated and polysaturated fats with low saturated fat levels. The versatility of this healthy oil is recognized by cooks internationally. And you see, with sunflower oil, this is pretty crazy to me. So basically, it's a vegetable oil, and oil is very good, very healthy for you. And also, you have this situation right here where you take the sunflower seeds out, and there may be some other stuff involved with it a little bit. I'm just kind of I'm paraphrasing it. Generally speaking, I'm like paraphrasing it. So you take the seeds, and you look this up on YouTube or read about it, how to do it properly. But you take the sunflower seeds and you crush them. You put them in water, like a little bit of water, and then you like crush them and you press them and like squeeze them with your hands or with a some like other thing, and that's the oil. That comes out of it, and you could use it technically with a bunch of chemical processes. You could turn it into diesel fuel, but it's not. It may not be. It may have to have a lot of stuff. Not a lot of stuff, but some stuff done to it to be like run a car or run a vehicle or something. But it can be turned into diesel fuel. Like you put it through these. It looks like a science fiction movie, like a Frankenstein's laboratory. You have to have those type of beakers and things, and you put it through these different chemical combustions and these different cycles, and yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm growing crude oil in my yard. Crude sunflower oil is an odorless, colorless oil, although commercial samples may be yellowish. In chemical terms, oleic acids classified as monosaturated omega-9 fatty acid. And there's the chemical formula. Sunflower oil. Let's see. Oh, hold on. It's used as a source of polyunsaturated fat in a diet. People use sunflower oil for high cholesterol and preventing heart disease. It is also used for high blood pressure, eczema, and dry mouth, dry skin, and many other conditions, but there is no good scientific evidence to support these uses. And I think that, in my opinion, it is very good for those things, in my opinion. And also it's good for skin, in my opinion, too. And it has good health benefits because I was reading about oils, and that's very important. And sunflower seeds in general are a very healthy food. Olive oil and avocado oil are very good. By the way, my avocado plant sprouted. I had an avocado tree that was pretty a good size, but what happened was whatever I tried to do, it just didn't really work well in the winter. So what I have to do with this one, when it's fully grown, it is mandatory to take it in when it gets cold, like the other plants, because it's like I tried some experiments and it didn't come out too well. So it doesn't do good in the cold, but it can come back after a freeze. It can come back. The avocado plant, it can. Studies found that combustion of seeds, including sunflower seeds, was linked to lower rates of cardiovascular disease, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure. Sunflower seeds are a source of many vitamins and minerals that can support your immune system and increase your ability to fight off viruses. That's pretty cool. Majority of fats in olive oil are made up of monosaturated fatty acids. These have been shown to increase levels of good cholesterol while lowering bad cholesterol. Out of all plant based cooking oil, olive oil has the highest levels of MUFAs. Yeah, that's really cool. You know, it's also cool, oil lamps. So use some sort of oil like that to heat up lamps. It's pretty cool. Not necessarily that specifically, but it's pretty cool. They used to have, they would have oil to with oil lamps. Pretty cool. I spelled that wrong. Okay, I saw what I did there. Another healthy one. I was learning today about avocado. I mean, I knew about avocados, but avocado oil, that was something interesting to learn about. I wasn't completely aware of it. It could be used for face, it could be used for health. That's pretty cool. Avocado has a lot of benefits. The high smoke point means it's perfect for pan frying, roasting, barbecuing, and baking. Versatile. Plus, its unsaturated fat. Avocado remains liquid form of temperature. Used in places of olive oil, unheated recipes like salad dressing or homemade mayo. All right. Yeah, so sunflowers are a very good healthy food. You know, the seeds. Also, people have gotten experimental and eaten the whole flower. Yeah, so it's good for health. It's a good food to have. Yeah. Shout out to the sunflowers. nice fields and fields of it. All right. All right. So basically, we had a very great stream. We had a great audience this time. We always have a great audience, but I want we good audience. I like seeing the different people and chat and talking to new people and also talking to people that have been here for a while and chatting and lurking around. I appreciate it. And also, we talked about a variety of different topics today, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, and I finished it off with the avocado and the vegetable oil stuff. All right. So, and also basically tomorrow we'll be doing the live stream, and I believe SC will probably be here to do some story, and we'll talk about we'll kind of like whenever SC's able to come, we'll do it, even if he doesn't come tomorrow. But we'll be talking about some Halloween stuff. I didn't talk about that specific day of Halloween. All right. So that is it for this, and I appreciate all of you for being here and coming to this. And everybody have a very good morning. And if y'all come to the stream tomorrow, which is really Friday, which is later today, that would be great. And appreciate all love and support. Y'all have a great day, and peace. All right, we're gonna do that again. Peace.